morning with our flag salute. It's my pleasure to ask the granddaughter of Supervisor Holmes, Miss Amber Stone-Rook, to lead us in the pledge, if she would, this morning.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, young lady. Very nicely done. I've not heard this board as orchestrated before. It just has to do with your leadership. Thank you. If Ann, you go ahead and read the statement of meeting procedures, please.
Welcome to the Placer County Board of Supervisors meeting of Tuesday, July 27th, 2010. Agendas are available on the wall outside this meeting room. If you are here to speak on an issue not appearing on the agenda, you may do so during the public comment period. There is a 3-minute time limit per speaker. The board is not permitted to take action on items addressed under public comment. When you speak, clearly state your name and address for the record. All items on the agenda will be open for the public to address before final action is taken. There is a 3-minute time limit per speaker, which will be monitored by a timer on the podium. If there is a person speaking on behalf of a group with no other testimony from another member of the group, please identify yourself as such, and your time may be extended at the pleasure of the board. Keep in mind that the chairman has the discretion of limiting the total discussion time on any item. If you are hearing impaired, we have listening devices available. It is requested that all pagers and cell phones be either turned off or put in the silent mode. Thank you for your participation and cooperation.
Okay, this is the time for public comment. This time when any member of the public may address the board on any item that is not on our agenda, understanding that the board may not take action on items raised under public comment. So feel free to step forward. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Dave Snyder, Office of Economic Development. You may have heard some good news recently coming from the State Fair. And I'm not talking about the capture of the perpetrators of the Great Heist. But it is my pleasure to introduce our highly respected director of the Placer County Visitors Bureau and Welcome Center, Jan Decker. Jan oversaw the design, construction, operation, and administration of our exhibit this year, actually the second year. But before I introduce Jan, I would like to thank each of you for your support and Facility Services for their mentorship during the transition period to economic development. I'd like to also thank specifically Jim Durfee and Joel Swift and Judy Sage, also Lori Woods from Organizational Development. They all served on a committee to kick off the process. And last but not least, Kelly Krieger for coordinating our volunteers, no small task, I assure you, and also Anita Yoder, who set up through the interview process to tee this up at the fair on opening day. And so, Jan, how did we do?
Well, good morning, and thank you, Dave, for asking. We actually did very well. We came away with Best of Show, which is the Golden Bear. This is we're actually pretty happy about this, but it's one of those things where it's actually a collaborative effort of a lot of organizations. Certainly the volunteers. I think, Kelly, we've got more volunteers this year than we've ever. What are we up to? 90, I think, is what we're up to. We worked with the arts, we worked with the Historical Society, the wineries, Ag Commission, Placer Grown. So, as I say, it's not just us, it's a collaborative effort on behalf of the whole county here, and we're really delighted about that. It's not just the one award that we won, we also won a few more, and I'm going to ask my assistant, Vanna White, here to maybe do those also. We also got Best Technology. We won a gold ribbon also. And then, of course, this other one that has the little trinket there goes with the bear here. So we're pretty excited about it. We're actually going to be, I guess, what is that, Rochambeau with economic development to determine who gets the bear in their office. I don't know. We haven't decided that yet. Maybe we'll let you vote on that. Anyway, thank you very much. We appreciate your support, and we enjoy doing it. It's really a delight when you walk through the fair exhibits and you see yours and you're proud of it. I think there were a lot of people. I was down there on Sunday, and we had people just surrounding the exhibit. So we're very pleased.
We have a couple of questions from board or comments.
Certainly.
Supervisor
First of all, thank you for your leadership in doing such an outstanding job, once again showing that Placer County is on the leading edge throughout the state of California. But I just want to let you know that there is room in my office for that. I know you find
Maybe an arm wrestle. Okay.
Supervisor
I just wanted
Rutter.
to say, you might want to comment that we beat Solano this year. They had won 4 or 5 times in a row, right?
Well, yeah, I didn't want to go there, but yeah, we're glad that they actually had won the last 5 years. They actually spent substantially more money than we spent. I'll mention that also. And we actually knocked them off the block there, so we're kind of pleased about that.
Yeah.
Thank you for bringing that up.
And Supervisor Montgomery?
Yeah, Jan, thank you for mentioning that, because I really did want to bring up the fact that you and your volunteers did this on really limited funds, and we kicked the stuffing out of some other counties that spent a whole heck of a lot more than we did. And the bang for the buck, the return that we get from the great publicity is really immeasurable, and I really want to thank you and the volunteers for all the great work you did, because it reflects very well on your organization and obviously on the county.
Well, that was our game plan. We were glad to do it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good morning.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, I want to, Barbara Basana, 4110 Godley Road in Lincoln, California. I'm speaking to you this morning as the president of Auburn Rotary Club. I want to extend my thanks for Supervisor Holmes for submitting the revenue sharing request that was approved by your board, and thank you to your board for approving that last week. And we have a poster here for you to post in the county building if you are able, and we have extras for your businesses if you so choose. We also, as part of the contribution, have tickets for each of the supervisors that I'll get the clerk of the board. And one of the things, just to highlight Auburn Rotary and the Rotary International for just one moment. Rotary International was originated in 1905 by Paul Harris. It is 1.2 million people, over 200 countries. And in Auburn, we have been a partner with this county and other community organizations in the city for over 75 years. Part of our participation, we contributed to the building of the Auburn, the amphitheater. We helped with the restoration of the courthouse. There was an AV room that was put in from some of these funds in the high school. We give over $16,000 a year in scholarships to local students. We contribute to the local Boy Scouts, Peace for Families, Salvation Army, and other organizations within the town, as well as the seniors. We appreciate your support in helping further these community efforts to give back to the community, and appreciate your partnership with us and look for more partnership in the future. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, I'm sorry, Supervisor
in
Holmes.
regards to the Auburn Rotary Club, I am very proud to say that my grandfather was a charter member of the Auburn Rotary Club, so that's why I have an affinity towards it, and I'm pleased to support it. And also, an older sibling of mine is a member of the Auburn Rotary Club.
Yes, okay. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Ron Patich. Thank you for hearing me. I learned from environmental health that Placer County does not allow use of gray water for any use other than to go into septic systems. And I'm here to ask that you might consider a change to encourage environmental health to change that policy. As California grows, our population will demand more and more potable water, and worldwide potable water is in short supply. I think the number is something like 2% of all water on the planet is potable. And it's a shame to use water that could be used for drinking and cooking to water gardens and flush toilets. I'm I worked on the California Aqueduct Project and Santa Clara County flood control to bring water into populations that needed it. In 1960, Southern California was in short supply of water, and that's how the California Aqueduct Project came about. Our aquifers are dropping in the Central Valley. The legendary Oglala Aquifer in the central U.S. is dropping. We are privileged to live close to the source of water and are not likely to be facing any catastrophic shortages, but neither should we fritter it away and waste it. And so I would ask you to consider not only allowing but encouraging environmental health to offer incentives to new construction or retrofit that would make use of gray water for uses in gardens and other applications. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Board of Supervisors. My name is Ralph Gibson, and I'm the Program Manager for the Placer County Museums, and I would like to invite everyone to ride the Heritage Trail on the weekend of August 7th and 8th. This is a great event where 19 museums from Roseville to Tahoe are open completely free of charge, and each museum is arranging special activities at their locations. Just to give you an example, at the Rockland History Museum, they're going to be giving a granite cutting demonstration. At the Placer County Courthouse Museum and the Historic Courthouse, we're going to have a docent play the role of Alma Bell, who was one of the more famous guests of that particular jail. Again, all these museums are open completely free of charge from Roseville to Tahoe, and it's becoming a really big family event. We've seen the same families year after year come to this event, and each year it gets bigger and bigger. It's a lot of fun, and there's a lot of stuff going on, so again, I welcome everyone to ride the Heritage Trail on the weekend of August 7th and 8th, and I also have Heritage Trail Guides for each of you. For anyone else, the Heritage Trail Guides are available in any participating museum now. You can pick it up at the Courthouse Museum, and they're also available online at the Placer County Museum's website. So again, thank you for your support for museums, and thank you for supporting this great event. So.
Thank you.
Good morning, Angela Tati with Placer Arts, and I just wanted to reinforce that message for the Heritage Trail. And as I was going to say, there's so much to do in Placer County this summer, and just a few highlights include the Heritage Trail, which is really not to be missed. And on August 18th in Tahoe, Project Bandaloop is coming, presented by Arts for the Schools, and this is marvelous. I know you'll be busy in a very grinding meeting that day, but that evening it's an aerial acrobatic team that works off of the sides of buildings and rocks, and they're just amazing. And then don't miss at the Maidu Museum the limited term exhibition, and I have to just read this because I'll get it backwards. Sing Me Your Story, Dance Me Home. Wonderful Native American exhibition. And the Magic Circle Theater has been rebranded as Civic West on Burn Street, and they have some amazing productions this summer and year-round. So I'm encouraging the public to read Perspectives, and tying back into the wonderful work of the Visitors Bureau and Economic Development and our coup at the State Fair. Thousands of people have picked up the Placer County Visitors Welcome Guide. And this Welcome Guide is great for visitors, but it is absolutely a wonderful resource for residents. I encourage residents to read Perspectives for its articles on arts, culture, and heritage, and pick up a copy of the Welcome Guide. This is a great resource as you have your summer visits from family and friends. You need to go to San Francisco to experience arts and culture. We have it all in Placer County. Thank you for your contributions.
Thank you. Sir, if you have.
That's all right. Good morning. My name is Tyrone Gorey. I'm from Meadow Vista. In the past 3 years, I've been actively engaged in the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission relicensing of the Drum Spalding Yuba Bear. The new license will renew in 2013, very similar to the Middle Fork project. As a citizen and a property owner on the Bear River, I have extreme concerns that Placer County is missing an opportunity in this federal relicensing. All the water in Placer County and most of the water from Nevada County, or most of the water from Placer County, comes from the Drum Spalding Yuba Bear project. To date, at any of the meetings that I have been to, I've been the team lead of the cultural historical. I've also been in the aquatics department. I've been tried to start and be involved in the socioeconomics department. I have yet to see one Placer County person engaging the federal relicensing in the Drum Spalding Yuba Bear project. It is of great concern. The reason why: this project is very involved, has all the water. It also has opportunities of hydro. Placer County has more canals in it than anywhere in the state, and we have no micro-hydro developments on that in private land. We also have an issue with deaths in this canal. The deaths in of these canals and the dangers of these canals, not only are there dangers, but they create recreational opportunities. These all can be engaged in the federal relicensing, and things can be involved, and we can ask for things in this relicensing. And if you're not at the table asking for these things, we will get nothing during this federal relicensing. It also involves historical monuments. There's quite a few historical issues in Placer County that are not being addressed, particularly dams, particularly production on the river, in the watershed. There's just an opportunity that Placer County is missing. I'm very much engaged. I still will stay engaged. I would wish Placer County would be involved. I've sent messages to Robert Wygant. I've spoke with Rocky Rockholm. I've also spoke with Jim Holmes. I've mentioned to Jennifer. I really think that there's an opportunity that we are missing. Placer County needs to engage this process, and I hope that they get to the table soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Yes, sir, please.
My name is Don Gould, and I'm the Vice President of the Placer Sportsmen. And I'm here kind of for two things today. First of all, to appreciate the award you're going to give to Warden Robert Peasman. This guy really works hard at his job and is very deserving of this award. My second thing is, with the Placer Sportsmen, this year we had our 63rd Kids Fish Derby at the Auburn Regional Park. And being that there's a lot of tough money around, I have a letter here that I'd like to read. The Placer Sportsmen, in case anybody is not familiar, is a very old sportsman organization, which is now a family lodge. We have dinners. We have our main fundraiser is a buck stew dinner we have in January. Fish Derby is held at the last Saturday of April every year at the Auburn Regional Park, and we collect money from just about anybody that's willing to give it to us. And this year, Supervisor Montgomery and Holmes and Rockholm donated money to help us, and I'd like to read this letter of appreciation. This year, the 63rd Annual Kids Fish Derby was held on Saturday, April the 24th, at the Auburn Regional Park, with the participation of approximately 400 kids. On behalf of the officers and members of the Placer Sportsmen Incorporated and the youth of our community, I would like to express our heartfelt thanks for the donation of $500. We'll ask for a little more next year. Which greatly assisted the Placer Sportsmen in hosting this event. Without the donations received to defray the cost of the fish and other expenses, which exceeded $5,000 this year, the kids would not have all the amenities provided. Your involvement in and supporting our youth is important. Again, this year, all the fishing poles available were loaned out to the kids and utilized. Hot chocolate and donut disappeared. hot dogs barbecued by the Highway Patrol were inhaled and washed down with sodas donated by Pepsi. It says it. I'm sorry, I didn't bring the photos. I gave them to the 3 supervisors. The rest of you, we're going to hit you up next year, I think. We don't want to play favorites with anybody. Anyway, thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Sharon Brochus. I'm one of the officers with the Retired Public Employees, and I'm not going to say anything for me today, but I strongly support these 2 people that couldn't be here today and wanted me to read their statements, and I'd appreciate it if I could read them for you. The first one is from Linda Farley, who lives here in Auburn, and she's on vacation, and she said that she hopes someone will question what Kirk Guler said in response to us at the last meeting. He seems to remember things differently than I do. My rebuttal to Supervisor Guler is I was hired in 1985. The way I remember, my medical was always free, but there was a time I did pay for dependents, never myself. I did contribute to my PERS retirement for a few years in the 80s, but then a contract changed that. I didn't have to pay for my PERS, but I didn't get much of a raise either. All along, we were advised to accept packages that didn't give much in the way of raises for the benefits. Now I am no longer an active employee. Those benefits I was promised to compensate for the fact that I got less pay for being undermined. Less pay meant that when I retired, my PERS monthly benefit would be less, but that would be compensated by the fact that I had medical benefits free. Now I make less than I could have with a better salary, but I'm expected to pay for health benefits. I am not on the Board of Supervisors, and comparing me to one is like comparing apples and oranges. When you become a supervisor, you know what you're getting and you accept it. I accepted what I thought I was getting. Now that I'm retired, the board is changing that. I have only my voice to say that is not okay. I hope this board understands that retired employees should have the benefits that they had when they left service, not be lumped in with active employees who can plan for the future. Our future is here. We planned. Don't take advantage of us, please. Linda Farley. And this other lady is Patty Tallheimer, and she lives at 1235 Secret Lake Loop in Lincoln. I retired from the county 3 years ago with what I was told was full health care. I paid into the system, was a good county employee, and was told many times, you work for the county, not for the money.
Go ahead.
But for the benefits. You work for the county, not for the money, but for the benefits. Now that I no longer have a vote in union contract negotiations, you seem to want me to start paying again for health benefits. While 20% is not a large amount, remember, I am retired. If I was working full-time, it would not be a big thing. Retirees live on a fixed income, and at our age, we need all the health benefits we can get. So you are placing a large burden on us. Please reconsider the 20% tax on retirees. I know that your job is not easy, but you need to find it another way. Thank you, Patty Tallheimer. And I thank you for listening to me once again.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Joanne Rutter. I live in Auburn, And I'm reading this for a friend of mine, Tom Mcclintock. So when I say I, he wrote it in first person, and I'll read it in first person. I worked for Placer County for 25 years in Health and Human Services. I live in Auburn. My focus is on the impact of an increase in the health premiums on the average retiree. We have all heard about the retirees that make over $100,000. We know there are a number of retirees that can afford an increase, like myself, but there are literally thousands of employees that live paycheck to paycheck, and I believe he meant retirees. For many, an increase will make it difficult to pay all of their bills, particularly employees that retired 15 or 20 years ago, when benefits were very poor. This will have a huge impact on their financial viability. Please look at an analysis of retiree benefits to see what the real picture is of not only the range of retiree salaries, but also where the retiree salaries fall in that range. I think you will see that the vast majority of salaries are below the $100,000 level, and in fact are surprisingly low and would never be brought up in the press because they are so low. It would not support the fat cat image the press would like Placer County citizens to have of Placer County retirees. Health costs are a significant issue to all citizens and clearly to retirees on a fixed income. Thank you for your consideration, and thank you for listening.
Anyone else under public comment? I see. Please, step.
Good morning. My name is Dorothy Kreischer, and I'm retired from the auditor's office since 1999. And I have my usual complaints with health and worsening health and having to change programs and making those kind of difficult choices. But I also have a question, and that relates to the budget. I went online and I found this comment, and I'm sure you all know that the budget for the group insurance for retired employees is $7.7 million. That's what I see here. And but you do have a comment regarding that. I don't have a page number, but this is a copy from the computer. Retiree health costs increased only slightly, about $21,000, due to a lower than expected increase in rates for 2010. So that brings to my mind some questions about, do you know what the rate of increase will be now? Or is this pretty much speculation? I realize it's difficult, and that's about the only thing you can do, but it's an assumption. Based on this comment here, it would be an assumption for this next year. And how can you increase our premium when you don't even know what rates will be? And that's my comment. And also on the budget, there is, I need to step over bounds here, but there is something non-departmental. And I wonder if this time we should be having commitments to agencies that really could wait until Placer County is in a better situation. And I did mix up my figures. Mr. Euler, I think you recognized it. The budget for the employees' group insurance is $12 million. And the budget for this non-departmental items, which do not seem to be of any emergency, are $7.7 million.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you for listening.
Anybody else? Okay. Thank you again for your comments, and will, as I did last time, invite you. I believe we have a meeting set up in a couple of weeks. I'm meeting with representatives of the retirees group, and I look forward to that. Just the letter that was read referenced an employee that came to work, I believe, in 1985 for the county, in the letter that you read. And again, just to provide some historical perspective here, because she was questioning my recollection of the numbers. In 1985, the county did not provide anything by way of health insurance coverage for retirees. We were prohibited by law from doing so. It wasn't until 1987 that legislation was passed that allowed us to provide retiree health benefits. When I served on the board the first time, our 95-96 budget, we had about $310,000 budgeted in 95-96 for the retiree health costs, and that was a very universe, somewhere in the neighborhood of 300 employees. By 2000, that $300,000 cost had gone to $1.2 million. In the last 10 years, that $1.2 million is now, as the lady just said, $12 million. So we've had a quadrupling of the cost in the first 5 years, and now we've had a tenfold increase in the last 10 years. We budget $11.9 million in this year's budget for retiree health care. And at that same time, the employee universe, the covered employees, only increased about threefold. It's only gone from about 300 employees to about 900 active retirees that we. And so we continue to spend substantially more than we did at any time when representations were made about what future costs, future benefits were going to be. Again, prior to, I believe it was about 2002, it was in December 2001, as an employee, you were still paying anywhere from 30 to 60% of the cost of the coverage. And I see you shaking your head. We'll make all the numbers available. More than happy to let members of the press have all of our documentation. It's all very trackable. It's all very transparent. So, we'll get it out there. We'll make it available. As far as our commitments to our retiree population are concerned, I believe that this county has kept faith with our retirees. We do, absolutely. As we negotiate a new contract with PPEO, every board member is cognizant that decisions that we make are impactful not just to our existing employees, but to our retirees. I understand that. It's not a decision any of us make lightly, but it's why we get paid to do what we do. So I look forward to our meeting. I look forward to the opportunity to talk with you. And I look forward to the CEO's office getting some numbers out that we can then discuss and conversation around. Thank you. All right, we'll...
Mr. Chair, if I could just answer one question. The PERS health plan rates are firm and known, and they're between increases of 4.5 to 17.5% this year. And those have already been posted by CalPERS, and those are the numbers for health plan cost increase depending upon the type of coverage and the type of plan.
Okay, thank you. With that, we'll close public comment and move on to supervisor committee reports. Any board members have any? Supervisor Holmes?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. On July 17th and 18th, I had the opportunity to attend the National Association of Counties Conference in Reno. I went for two reasons. Number one, it was within driving distance. There's been NACO conferences in Nashville last year and Washington, D.C., so I haven't had the opportunity to attend one, but since it was, so I went ahead and decided to go. And number two, the outgoing president of the National Association of Counties is Valerie Brown, a supervisor from Sonoma County. And she's the first California president of NACO since Sandy Smoley served in that capacity in the 1980s. Were you on the board then? Or? No. But yeah, it was very interesting, and I had the opportunity to speak to supervisors and commissioners from throughout the nation. I sat and talked to two commissioners from St. Charles Parish in Louisiana, and their county is bisected by the Mississippi River, and of course we talked about the spill. And their biggest concern was the loss of jobs if they can discontinue offshore drilling. About 100,000 jobs in that region that are related to offshore drilling. So that was a concern for them. I've met with a supervisor or a commissioner from Mississippi Gulf County, and his concern was that the media has kind of blown this out of proportion. It isn't affecting his particular county, but it's devastating to the tourist industry, and they're really hurting because people aren't going to the Gulf, as I probably wouldn't either. But it's something that he was very concerned about. I met with a county commissioner from Wisconsin, and you'll appreciate this. He serves on a 29-member board. Yes, so it's very difficult. I found that Texas has 254 counties, and yeah, that's what I thought. And there are 368 counties in the United States. We all
368.
3,068 counties in the United States. And we all share the same concerns. We're all dealing with uneasy constituencies. We all share the mutual obligation and accountability to implement state and federal programs that are handed down to us. And so it's up to local government and to implement those programs. It's up to local government to take the risk of raising fees in order to make those programs sustainable, and it's a very important part of our system of government. So I was really excited to go there. It was very educational. Next year's is in Portland. I don't think anybody from this board will be going, but anyhow, if you do have the opportunity, I think it'll be worthwhile. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Other board members, their comments. You know, it's interesting when you get that perspective, when you go to you see how many counties are in some of these states, and you'll meet with your colleagues who, in their county, you know, there are 1,000 people in the entire county. And in my current line of work outside of the board, I deal with various state legislatures, and I was in Iowa last month, the month before, and meeting with the president of the Senate in Iowa, and kind of did the math and realized I have 10,000 more people in my supervisorial district than he has in his Senate district, and he's president of the Senate there in Iowa. So it's an interesting perspective. When you get outside of California, you realize folks aren't necessarily packed in as tightly as we are around here, and that representation becomes interesting when you realize that here at the county level, we deal with a lot more folks than a lot of state legislators and a lot of other states deal with in their total constituency. All right, with that, we will go ahead and move on to the consent agenda. Any board members have any items they wish removed from consent for discussion? Seeing none, any members of the public have any comments on any item on our consent agenda? Okay, just want to make sure that they weren't rising for the consent. All right, we have a motion, Rockholm, to approve consent. Second. Second by, I'll go to Holmes. Second by Holmes. Roll call, please.
Rockholm? Yes. Wygant?
Yes.
Holmes?
Yes.
Montgomery? Yes. Euler?
Aye. Okay. We have a number of resolutions that we're going to move through here, beginning with a resolution in support of product stewardship and extended producer responsibility legislation, which is designed to shift the financial disposal burden of household hazardous waste, universal waste, and other problematic products from cities and counties to manufacturers. And I believe Ms. Sanborn is here to represent the item. If you would, please step right on up here.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Euler, board members. My name is Heidi Sanborn. I apologize, I'm a little bit of a cold today. I'm the Executive Director of the California Product Stewardship Council. I was also at NACO, and I spoke to NACO about this problem product waste that we have, things like carpet, sharps, pharmaceuticals, hazardous waste. they're becoming very, very expensive for us to manage. And talking about raising rates, Nevada County counted that they actually have seen an increase in their costs just to manage household hazardous waste of 1,600% in the last 9 years. These are clearly unsustainable numbers. And in order to cover these kind of costs at the back end, we'd have to do significant rate increases, which we'd prefer not to do. So our local governments that joined us, and I hope that you'll be the 101st local government to join the Product Stewardship Council, formed to tell the state we can't afford any more disposal bans without a plan on how to manage these products. And we also need to get more stakeholders involved in the solution, including the manufacturers who design and package the products, because we're at the back end, but really the changes in what's going to make this cost effective is how we design and package the product in the first place, so that these materials can be recycled, they can be recovered, and enter our economic system again to create jobs here in California and recovery. So that is the goal of our organization, is to partner with businesses, to find collaborative solutions, to work together so that we can keep our rates down, we can keep taxes down, and create jobs again in California to build the infrastructure to manage our waste.
And
so
you mentioned briefly that you already have 100 jurisdictions that have signed on to support. Speak for a moment, if you would, please, about the private sector support that your initiative is receiving.
Yes, we've got over 100 businesses that have signed our pledge and joined us. It includes Recology, which is the large hauler here in the county, Republic Services, another large hauler, private companies that are manufacturers, such as Peninsula Packaging and others. And we work with them to get state grants to site facilities. In fact, Peninsula Packaging just cited a facility in Tracy that's creating 70 jobs, taking our PET bottles and reflaking them so we can actually remanufacture them into new packaging here in California. They previously had to buy that flake from Canada. And, of course, we have plenty of plastic bottles here, so why would we ship them to Canada to create the jobs there and then ship it all the way back? So these are the kinds of solutions we're working forward to. And working with chambers, we just developed the first ever Stewardship Awards program. It will be announced and the awards given at a conference in Sacramento next month. And we're excited that the grand prize winner is actually the Stockton Chamber of Commerce for a partnership that they've done in reducing waste for their businesses. We're partnering with them, siting these new facilities, getting the permits and so forth expedited so we can get these jobs on the ground. And one of the plants they're opening is a bottle washing plant for wine bottles that, again, is creating jobs and keeping waste out of the landfill.
It's fantastic. When I was approached with the request for this resolution, it was the incredible outreach that you've done within the private sector to private industry to bring them on board that hooked me. I mean, it's not just another government resolution in support of a government program. You've really embraced the private sector. You realize that long-term the solution to these problems really lies by bringing in private sector innovation and dollars. And you, through your organization, have done an outstanding job of that. And by the way, with the adoption of our consent agenda, which just preceded this item, we did become the 101st jurisdiction because it was on our consent agenda for this. So my pleasure to present.
Thank you. I'd like to also mention the first ever carpet recycling facility in the area just opened up down by the landfill. And they'll start to create jobs with that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate your leadership on this. Thank you very much.
Okay, item 1B is a presentation of commendation to Tad Catata, recognition of his dedicated service to young people throughout Placer County and the state of California, and this is Supervisor Holmes' presentation.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was pleased when Superintendent of Schools Gail Garbalino Mojica approached me about presenting a commendation to Tad Catata. And Tad, if you would come, I didn't recognize you, I didn't know you had a tie. Do you want to come? In the matter of a commendation in recognition of Tad Catata and his dedicated service to young people throughout Placer County and the state of California. Whereas in 1973, Tad Catata earned a Bachelor of Arts degree in psychology from the University of California, Santa Cruz, and in 1976, a master's degree in social welfare from the University of California, Berkeley. I put that in for you.
Go Bears.
Yeah. Whereas in 1978, Tad began his career in the Elk Grove Unified School District, specializing in services to foster youth, and in 1983 became the district's chairman of School Attendance Review Board. And whereas in 1989, Tad was hired by the Placer County Office of Education as Director of Prevention Services, a position in which he has continuously served with unequaled distinction. And whereas Tad was a founding member of the SMART, that's the Systems Management Advocacy Resource Team that streamlined intervention and prevention services that concentrated on issues within the entire family. And whereas Tad became a contributing member of several statewide associations, including the California Health Education Standards Advisory Panel, the California Association of Supervisors of Child Welfare and Attendance, and the California Department of Education Foster Youth Services. And whereas Tad has also been a valued member of several county-wide associations, including the Placer Collaborative Network, the Lighthouse Counseling and Family Resource Center, and the Arts Council of Placer County. And whereas Tad finds the time to pursue personal interests in which he enthusiastically enjoys as an accomplished musician performing in his band Common Sense, we could use that around here, as a long distance runner, and as one of the finest steelhead fishermen in Northern California. And whereas Tad has been blessed with the love and encouragement of his lovely wife Diane and their children. Now therefore let it be known that on this day, the 27th of July, 2010, the Placer County Board of Supervisors acknowledge and recognize with grateful appreciation the tireless dedication of Tad Catata to the well-being of the youth of Placer County and wish him continuous good fortune in his future endeavors. Congratulations.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Yeah. I'll say a few words.
Yeah.
Okay. Please do.
Put a microphone in front of me, and of course I'll say a few words. Well, first of all, Supervisor Holmes, members of the board, I really want to thank you for this recognition, but I just want to say I've been in a career where I find myself in the right place at the right time, and the SMART Policy Board and coming on to the collaborative culture of the county was just one of those things that really I was fortunate to come into. And I just also really want to thank my dad, who's here, Tad Catata. Many of you might remember my father from Sierra College, who really talked about and modeled the ethic of hard work and dedication and loyalty. So I just want to thank everybody again, my lovely wife Diane, my daughters Noelle and Claire, and Superintendent Gail Garbalino Mojica for this opportunity and this honor. Thank you.
Thank you, Tad.
I'm sorry, Jim, did you have to say anything else? Okay. And our last presentation this morning is Supervisor Montgomery's in recognition of Robert Pelsman's receiving the 2010 California Department of Fish and Game Officer of the Year Award.
Yes, absolutely, and I'm hoping that Mr. Catata had a valid license when he was going after the steelhead. Because we have a few representatives here from Fish and Game. You know, it is truly my honor and my pleasure today to be able to give this commendation to Mr. Pelsman. If he could come forward, that would be great. And did you bring Nigel with you today?
He was anxious, so I put him back.
Okay, Nigel is his dog, for those of you who aren't aware. You know, my husband and I are both fisher people. My husband is a hunter. We're always thrilled beyond measure when someone asks to see our licenses, because one of the things that is a real frustration for me, and I'm sure it's even greater for you, is that we have the same staffing levels at the Department of Fish and Game in California that we had in the 1950s. And I don't mean per capita, I mean the actual same number of fish and game officers. And obviously, our population in California has expanded dramatically since the 1950s. So what it means is that, fish and game officers, such as Officer Peltzman, have just huge, monumental tasks in front of them. And they're dealing with issues now that we weren't dealing with in the 1950s. Drugs in the forest, a massive scale of illegal harvesting of endangered species, just things that we just never even really dreamed that our fish and game officers would be dealing with in the past. They are subject to the same number of hours of education and training as other public safety officers in the state, yet their starting wage is probably about half of what many other public safety officers get when they enter into their professions. So it is just such an honor for me to be able to present this to you today, because you guys do so much with so very little. You're so badly underpaid. It's a very dangerous job, and my heart just goes out to you. And so, having pontificated a little, let me read this for you. Whereas fish and game wardens serve as law enforcement agents for state and federal fish and wildlife agencies, enforcing laws that are designed to protect and conserve fish and wildlife, and whereas Robert Peltzman is the fish and game warden in Placer County, and whereas Robert Peltzman attended American River College before transferring to Humboldt State University to major in wildlife management, and whereas Robert became a game warden after completing his academy training that he paid for personally without any promise of a job at the end, and whereas his father, Ronald, also worked for the Department of Fish and Game and retired as a fisheries biologist, and whereas Robert is known for excelling in his performance, being a star athlete in high school football and having a natural knack for detail and having good observation skills, and whereas, as quoted by his supervisor, Lieutenant Richard Vincent, Robert goes the extra mile to watch and see what's going on, and whereas having this depth of character to perform his duties with excellence is what prompts his patience and diligence to catch poachers in Placer County, including one man caught baiting bear in Forest Hill, and when caught also in possession of 4 stuffed ring-tailed cats, and whereas Robert has always stood out for his propensity for volunteering, including training 13 new wardens, helping in other areas needing support, teaching hunter education classes, and becoming one of the first volunteers for the canine program, and whereas Robert signed over ownership of his black Labrador retriever Nigel to the department, and both went through an extensive 6-week training program that resulted in Nigel being trained to sniff out everything from guns and spent cartridges to abalone, deer, and elk meat. Nigel and Robert are now partners patrolling the forest roads looking for signs of any illegal activity. Now, therefore, let it be known that the Placer County Board of Supervisors takes great joy in honoring Robert Peltzman for receiving the 2010 California Department of Fish and Game Officer of the Year Award. Robert has truly proven to be an asset to the Department of Fish and Game in searching out illegal fish and game-related activity in Placer County. Robert, thank you so much for your service.
I'll be really brief.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Go Lumberjacks.
You're welcome back anytime. Okay, that concludes our presentations this morning. So those that are assembled for those, I'm going to give you a quick minute to go ahead and scoot on out before we continue on with the rest of our agenda. I know there are a number of people here for the 9:45 timed item. We had one item we carried over from our last board meeting, item number 8 on our agenda under department heads. It's in regard to appointments to the Colfax Public Cemetery District. I want to go ahead and take that item right now in case there are any folks here interested in that item. Since it's not timed, go ahead and hear that item and then move on. So let's give it just a minute for the Empower folks to come in while the presentation folks wander out. Hey, former Supervisor Williams, would you mind helping out back there? He's still campaigning? Okay. We had, as part of our consent agenda last board meeting, the appointment to fill 3 seats, and it was removed from consent and deferred to this meeting. And so, just briefly, Supervisor Montgomery, any quick comments on the item before we move it to the board for action?
Just we had about 10 folks who applied for the positions, which is absolutely stellar. Interviewed a number of them, knew some of them personally already, and really had a plethora of great choices. I chose really, I think, 3 people who are going to really represent well the Colfax Cemetery District. As this board knows, our role at the Colfax Cemetery District is very limited. We appoint the board members, and beyond that, they run their own board, and we have little or actually no say in what they do or don't do after that point. So I would just recommend that I would move that this board approve the appointments of Otis Wolin to seat 1, Nancy Hagman to seat 2, and reappoint John Dugan to seat 3.
Okay, we have a motion, Supervisor Montgomery, second by Supervisor Holmes. Is there anybody in the public that wishes to address the board on this item? Okay, seeing none. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. Thank you. All right, now let's go to the 9:45 timed item, which is a presentation by our Treasurer Tax Collector in regard to the Empower program.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I have a brief presentation. I'd like to go through and give some background in case there are some in the audience or viewers that are not familiar with the program, and then bring up to date the events. I have with me today Chris Lynch from Jones Hall, bond counsel firm. He's our program outside counsel and serves as outside counsel for a number of agencies across the state, municipalities across the state, with AB 811 or PACE programs, and he'll be making some comments momentarily. So, as most of you know, AB 811 is state legislation that authorizes cities and counties to develop what really technically are lien programs to provide property owners financing for energy and water conservation and generation to existing structures, and those financings can be repaid on their property tax bill. Nationally, these programs are referred to as PACE programs, or Property Assessed Clean Energy. Goals of the program, again, are to increase efficient use of resources, decrease consumption of those resources, decrease utility costs to property owners, increase energy independence, increase investment in the local economy, to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and certainly to protect property owners and lenders. AB 811 is bipartisan legislation that was signed into law by Governor Schwarzenegger in the summer of 2008. It amended the California Highways Code 1911 Improvement Act. It's been around for nearly 100 years, and we have provided this type of financing in different applications through all types of economies, including the Great Depression. Empower Placer was proposed to the Board of Supervisors last October for the primary purpose of using local resources as a potent tool to create jobs while lowering utility costs for property owners, and consistent with the goals that I stated on the screen. We launched on March 22nd and met with great success. off the bat. We were up and running for about 60 days. During that 60 days, we received 130 applications totaling approximately $5.27 million in requests. The requests included financing for tankless water heaters, heating and air conditioning systems, windows, and solar photovoltaic installations. So at that pace, we were on track to disperse about $2 million a month into the local economy going forward. When we took action administratively to suspend the program, we had executed 12 contracts totaling just over $572,000. So I don't forget to mention it later, those contracts are all grandfathered in without adverse consequence to them from the FHFA proposal. The program was designed to be self-sustaining, to achieve full cost recovery, and to do that without any required subsidy. The program was supported unanimously by every city council in the county. We have received letters of support from the American Institute of Architects for the current federal legislation that's proposed, Rockland Chamber of Commerce, the City of Rockland, Placer County Water Agency, Town of Loomis. I know others have come in since I prepared this. The federal government recognized the potential of PACE programs to be a very effective source of job creation, retrofitting the existing building stock, and therefore through the Department of Energy allocated hundreds of millions of dollars to encourage the development and implementation of PACE programs across the country. And through that, the California Energy Commission awarded approximately $110 million in PACE-related grants over the past year. The CEC will be meeting tomorrow to consider actually withdrawing those grants awards given the current circumstances. It's unknown exactly what action they will take, but that is on their agenda for tomorrow. They have a deadline to disperse that money, and that's why they're taking that action in order to be able to reallocate it under the circumstances. Going forward in program development, Fannie Mae had issued a statement that we looked to, indicating to their lenders that they should treat these programs as any other assessment with an assessment liens or property taxes. Then on May 5th, Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac sent out lender letters indicating that energy-related liens may not be senior to any mortgage. And they also stated that they would continue to work with federal and state agencies and with lenders on initiatives to develop workable programs. As a result of that, when there was an immediate resolution on approximately May 24th. Administratively, we suspended the residential program and ceased to accept applications or to process applications if it meant that it would incur an expense to the county or to the applicant to move that application forward at that point. Then, and there was a lot of effort between then on the federal level in terms of discussion, trying to reach a negotiated or administrative solution. On July 7th, excuse me, that's a typo, it is actually the 6th, the Federal Housing Finance Authority issued a statement, and FHFA is the regulator for Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, and in that letter they directed that lenders change their underwriting criteria for all residential properties, whether they were participating in a PACE program or not, if they were within a jurisdiction that had an active PACE program. And the lenders were to change those underwriting criteria by assuming that the maximum PACE lien was in place. In our case, that's 10% of value. And by assuming that the maximum annual lien obligation associated with that be incorporated into the debt-to-income ratio. So even if we have a property owner who has never even heard of the program, if they go to refinance or sell their property, these assumptions will be made. And that is the reason that we're here today. On July 6th, also, the Office of the Comptroller of the Currency issued a bulletin. The OCC regulates national banks, and they advise national banks that, and this is really almost the totality of what they said specific to commercial, they advise national banks that where PACE jurisdictions exist, that they need to look at the collateral position of their loans. And so the next day, actually on July 8th, we administratively suspended our commercial program in order to take the time to get more clarification on the OCC letter. Programs have been up and running for approximately 2 years in the city of Berkeley, Palm Desert, the city of Babylon, New York, Boulder County, Colorado, and Sonoma County, California. Babylon, New York has decided to continue their full program, both the residential and the non-residential, and we heard of that on July 12th. Boulder, Colorado, yesterday publicly stated that they are going to resume their non-residential portion of their program, and Sonoma County took action a week ago at their Board of Supervisors to continue their full program. We also know that Sonoma County has been able to achieve full cost recovery in their first year. It's not taken as long as anticipated, and the program is now providing revenue to enhance their program. And, for example, they're going to create an equipment library for their contractors who don't have all the equipment necessary for retrofitting, and to serve as revenue for other companion programs. This month, the City and County of San Francisco and Santa Barbara County were scheduled to launch their programs, and the last I've heard is that those launches are on hold pending some sort of resolution. There are numerous other counties and cities across the state that were looking to launch programs near year-end, and again, as far as I've heard, they're holding off on those launches, and those would include our neighboring counties of Sacramento and nearby Yolo County. Since July 7th, there's been a variety of action on several fronts. The California Attorney General has filed suit against the FHFA, and so has the City of Babylon. I understand that other jurisdictions are also considering that, although I don't have details on that at this time. There has been federal legislative action. H.R. 5766 was introduced by Representative Thompson out of Sonoma County. At last count, it had 41 co-sponsors. And then last Thursday, Senator Boxer, along with Begich, Gillibrand, and Murphy, introduced legislation on the Senate side that would provide a way forward for our programs. Additionally, there continues to be ongoing discussions. I think they have reached, in fact, higher levels over the past week and a half with congressional leaders, administrative officials, and key federal staff at the housing authorities. And the congressional leaders involve two California representatives, Matsui and Thompson, that are involved in those discussions. Again, for the 60 days that we were up and running, we met with huge success, and I want to take this opportunity to thank the team that was involved in that success, members of the CEO's office. As Supervisor Euler pointed out, in October, they were involved in review of the feasibility study for the program and getting the program to the Board of Supervisors at the initial proposal, and Allison Carlos continues to serve on our biweekly steering committee. Community Development and Resource Agency staff members have also helped, including Michael Johnson, who helped with personnel in selecting the staff. All of the staff came at Michael Johnson's recommendation, and I was pleased to have his insights, being that I was not familiar with most of those staff. And administrative services, personnel, Again, Hetty Diggin and Lori Walsh in particular were key in fashioning the contract between CEDRA and my office for the employee. The auditor's office, Kathy Martinez, also serves on our steering committee, staff of the Treasurer's Tax Collector's Office, and then the Empower staff that is from CEDRA, on loan from CEDRA for the program. And of course, the Board of Supervisors, who have probably seen me up here talking about this program more than they would like to have. But I do appreciate the support that you have shown collectively and individually. We also have a number of private sector partners: Jones Hall, Goodwin Consulting, Tax Sale Services of California, L.R. Hines, Randall Communication, Bender Rosenthal, Holland Knight, and CalCerts, who have all played a role in helping to provide services related to the program. We also have a number of key stakeholders, some of which are represented here today: North State Building Industry Association, the Placer County Contractors Association, and the Contractors Association of Tahoe Truckee, and also our two local job training agencies. So with that, I would like to move to the two resolutions that you have before you.
Just quickly, Janine, before we do that, I want to see if there are questions by board members on anything you presented at this point. Jennifer, I see your light is on.
Oh, gosh, I'm so sorry.
I want to, pardon me, clarify the July 8 edict, if you will, from FHFA, July 6, I'm sorry, which states that all underwriting for loans on residential properties assume full encumbrance within PACE jurisdictions. Are they carrying through with that?
We don't know yet. I wanted to talk a little bit more about that, and I wanted to ask Chris to talk about the OCC letter in a little bit more detail as well. We know that Babylon, New York is going forward and that Sonoma is going forward. They are monitoring the situation. We have not heard of any that they have actually taken action against a property owner or against either of those municipalities. So is that your question, is whether they're providing enforcement?
In light of the fact that, for instance, Sonoma County has decided they're going to continue with their program, I'm just curious what that does to homeowners in Sonoma County who, though not participating in this program, might want to take advantage of historic low interest rates, refinance their house. Absolutely. And now all of a sudden they find themselves being tagged with an additional encumbrance and the cash flow requirements associated with that. And so obviously if there's no teeth to what they're saying, it might lead our board one direction. If there is, however, teeth to what they're saying, and you're going to then subject every property owner in Placer County potentially to that additional underwriting requirement, well then, that's a whole nother kettle of fish, if you will.
I'd like to tell you what I've heard from Sonoma County in that regard, and then Chris might have some comments in terms of those teeth, if you will. They are proceeding forward. Just to give an example, if there is an 80% loan-to-value requirement, both for Sonoma County and for Placer County, we will finance 10% of value. What that means is the property owner will only be able to get 70% from the lender. So the experience in Sonoma County is that for those who have attempted to refinance their property, do have an existing lien, some lenders are requiring that be paid off along with the existing lien.
Which that's kind of defeats the purpose of our program.
Right. That's one of the attractive attributes is the ability to maintain it on the property tax roll. So that's the only actual action that we've heard in terms of an impact.
Well, not only that, but it defeats our recovery efforts, because our cost recovery efforts assume a seasoning of those loans at the interest rate that they're led at, and if they have to be paid off, and none of these loans can be over a year old, so you would have incurred all those costs associated with making the loan and not have achieved anything by way of cost recovery on it.
Yeah, it would impact that. I'm not sure that it would eliminate it, but it would have an impact. So that's what we're hearing. I think it's still a little too early to tell. Chris?
Members of the board, Chris Lynch from Jones Hall. I think what you've seen as following the release of the FHFA release is a pretty robust pushback from both federal administration and congressional members. And so my hunch is that there hasn't been an implementation of what we call the redlining element of the directive yet. But, you know, from the point of view, I think, of Janine and the rest of the program, it may not be a risk that we think is appropriate to place on property owners within the county until this has been cleared up. If the FHFA releases its directive and we're able to move forward without that concern, then we can just move forward with the program. But in the short run, we'd hate to have a property owner with an interest in refinancing a property or selling their property finding that this is a barrier to doing that.
Right. Okay. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Please continue with what you had left in your presentation.
So I mainly wanted to give that example and to emphasize that this, there is essentially a redlining of the community, and for us, the PACE jurisdiction is the boundaries of the county. So potentially every property owner could be affected. With that, I'd like to again turn it back to Chris to talk about the OCC letter and impacts to the non-residential side and how we might go forward considering those.
As Janine mentioned, the FHFA release only applies to residential properties. The FHFA, as a regulator of Fannie and Freddie and the Federal Home Loan Banks, only has jurisdiction over residential properties. But on the same day, the OCC issued its release, and it stated that it was addressed to all national banks, and it wanted to highlight for the national banks matters of regulatory concern from the OCC's perspective. And it encouraged its national banks to take steps to mitigate exposures and protect collateral positions. But there's a difference between the FHFA release and the OCC release. The OCC release is suggestive in nature. It's a supervisory guidance. It's not mandatory the way the FHFA release is. And so the question is, how does it impact the non-residential portion of the Empower Placer program? And in short, I think the answer is it doesn't really, because of its non-mandatory nature. It has always been a fundamental requirement of the Empower Placer program on the non-residential side to get the consent of existing lenders on the property before a property could participate in the Empower Placer program. And there's nothing in the OCC guidance that suggests that a property couldn't proceed with lender consent. And because most loans on the non-residential side are not purchased by a governmental entity, you don't have the mandatory element of the Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac sitting on top of the program. So staff would propose that the non-residential side of the program continue as it had before. In other words, when a non-residential property wishes to participate in the program, first it would be required to obtain lender consent. Secondly, out of recognition, though, that property owners could face issues in the future as a result of the existence of a PACE lien when they go to either refinance their property or to sell their property when a new lender gets involved in the process, we would ask all property owners who want to participate in the program to sign an acknowledgement or a waiver that they understand the risk, that while their existing lender may have bought on to their participating in PACE program because they've looked at the equities of participating, that future lenders may not take the same position, and that's a risk they may be incurring by participating in the program. And I'd be happy to answer questions.
Are portions of commercial loans, like many residential loans, federally guaranteed?
I don't know that they're guaranteed, but there are purchases of some non-residential loans by governmental GSAs like Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac.
Because I'm just wondering if a commercial lender does participate in the program and the loan does default, if they did not take the OCC guidelines into consideration when lending, when making that loan, will they be subject to kind of a forfeiture in the future? And what does that do then within the commercial credit market jurisdiction if that's a potential threat? I mean,
well, I think it's probably fair to place the expectation or the burden of that on the lenders themselves. I mean, they're probably more familiar with what they plan to do with their loans and their regulatory constraints than we are. And so I would think that if an informed property owner on the non-residential side sits down at the table and comes to an agreement with an informed lender on the non-residential side, that the county has done what it needs to do to accomplish the public purposes of PACE, by providing full information to everyone participating in the program.
Okay.
It's likely to make a difference on whether that commercial loan is subject to purchase by a federal entity or whether it's something that that lender intends to hold in their portfolio, which is not uncommon.
Okay. Other questions? Yes, I'm sorry, Jennifer, please.
Yeah, I just had a question. Janine, this is for you, I guess. Our expectation when and if this gets resolved is going to be resolved through congressional action of some kind. Is that our expectation?
At the federal level, something, again, there are really three different fronts here. There's a legal front, there is a legislative front, and then there is a front that I call administrative with a little a. It involves the administration with a capital A. The negotiated administrative solution has gained a lot of momentum over the last week and a half, but so has the legislative. The legal front is really just commencing. So it's hard to say how it will eventually be resolved. What I can tell you is that the effort to resolve it gains momentum daily. Thompson introduced the legislation, I think, with maybe 3 co-sponsors. There are now 41 co-sponsors as of last count, sometime yesterday.
And is our congressman one of his co-sponsors?
You know what? Right before we move to public comment, I was going to mention that Norman Gonzalez from Congressman McClintock's office is here, and I will let him address where the congressman is at this time.
Okay.
We'll ask him up during public comment then.
Pardon me?
We'll have him up during public comment for that purpose. Thank you.
Thank you,
Janine. My assumption is that administratively, I mean, if Rahm Emanuel picks up the phone and makes a phone call to FHFA, it was an administrative edict that established this. It can be removed. Correct? I mean,
I don't think it's playing out that way. I think that the FHFA was established as a result of the subprime situation to supervise Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac, and the Federal Home Loan Banks. Excuse me. I think there's some separation between the executive office and the FHFA. They may appoint the head of the FHFA, but I think there's an independence of action on the FHFA's part. On the other hand, you have the White House having said this is a top priority. You have the Department of Energy saying this is a top priority. It would seem reasonable that the federal administration could sit down in the same room and come to some coherent, consistent policy. But they are struggling with that right now. But there's support for that. But I don't think it's going to be a single phone call like that.
Okay. All right. Please go ahead.
So,
I'm sorry. Robert does have a question.
Might be a good time. Could you explain to me substantively the resolution legislatively that's being approached and administratively and legally? What is being proposed to reconcile the problems that have been expressed?
Currently, and I'm going to let I'll give you the play-by-play and have Chris do the color commentary. Currently, starting with the legal solution, the Attorney General has filed suit. They've filed it under see, and I should have let Chris go right from the beginning on the legal, but their concerns have to do with NEPA. I am not familiar with the City of Babylon, New York, the basis of their suit. Maybe Chris is. And then there is also talk potentially for those programs, for example, Santa Barbara, San Francisco, and it would, in our case, a possible claim for damages that we've put effort and time and money into developing these programs. Now we can't go forward. So that's the discussion broadly. Chris, do you want to talk more about that?
Sure. On the legislative front, the history of taxes and assessments. First of all, the AB 811 establishes the exercise of the tax or assessment power to finance improvements. Although they're on privately owned property, the goal isn't to just lower the costs of an energy bill for that particular property owner. It's to achieve a broad range of environmental goals, to create jobs, energy independence, things like that. There's a public purpose for the exercise of the tax and assessment. For a long time, taxes and assessments have basically been ignored as part of the residential underwriting process by Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac, and their servicers. On the legislative front, the goal would be to say that pays taxes and assessments as the valid exercise of the state tax and assessment power should be treated the same way as any other tax and assessment is treated for that purpose. So that's the first issue on the tax side. The second side is to recognize that taxes and assessments are a little different than a loan. When a mortgage lender makes a loan to a property owner, let's say in the amount of $100,000, if a property owner defaults, that loan is accelerated and there's foreclosure on the full amount of the loan. Here, let's say there's a $20,000 PACE assessment created by the County of Placer. If a property owner defaults in the payment of tax or assessment installments, all that's foreclosed upon is the delinquent amount, not the full $20,000. It's only the delinquent installments that haven't been paid when due. So, and there's no acceleration. So what you have is it really probably overstates the burden on a property to describe that if you had $100,000 of a private lien and $20,000 of a PACE lien, that there's $120,000 of debt on the property. And so what the legislation would intend to do was to have the regulators, as they have with any other tax and assessment, recognize that in their underwriting process that there's not a full acceleration of the amount financed on any particular property. So the goal of the legislation would be to help establish appropriate underwriting criteria. So that's on the legislative side. On the legal side, again, California has established for a variety of valid public purposes a tax and assessment program for the financing of these improvements. The state is seeking to have the federal government recognize the validity of the state's exercise of tax and assessment power and to treat it like any other tax and assessment that this state and any other state would exercise. There are a variety of other causes of action as well relating to environmental actions. Can the federal government simply take an action that halts all of these actions with a recognized environmental goal without undertaking appropriate review under federal environmental laws? So there's other elements as well of that. But that's really the fundamental idea, is that we have a valid exercise of the tax and assessment power, and it should be recognized by the federal government. And on the administrative side, again, you have both the White House and the Department of Energy recognizing this as an important program to achieve particular goals within the existing building stock, which has always been a challenge. The new building stock is pretty easy. You can mandate construction standards. The existing building stock is much more difficult. And on the administration side, it's trying to work to develop a set of underwriting criteria that would be acceptable to those charged with protecting lenders and property owners from the financial side while still achieving these environmental and job-related goals.
But you mean you're with your resolution at this point?
Yeah, so you do have several action items. One is a resolution to formally suspend the residential portion of the program. Again, we think that is appropriate in order to protect our property owners, so that particularly since we have had a program that's up and running, as brief as it is, if there is any confusion on the part of a lender or regulatory agency about whether we have a program, we're able to demonstrate that there is not a program in place. That's not necessarily called for the disposition of the non-residential portion. You also have a resolution asking for federal support, either administratively or through legislation, to remedy the situation. It calls upon local congressional members, as well as our state, Boxer and Feinstein, Lundgren, Matsui, and McClintock. We've been in close contact with our neighbors across the region who are putting in programs and working together with them in trying to affect a solution, and so that's why we've taken the broad approach in the resolution. And then the third item would be to extend the contract with Rundle Communications for marketing related to the non-residential program. The contract does call for a reduction in their monthly not to exceed amount by $2,000. And it also allows for termination essentially without notice, so that if something else happens, we can discontinue moving forward marketing on the commercial side of the program.
Okay. Board members have any questions at this point? All right. Yes, I'm sorry, Robert.
Jeannie, has there been any thought given to, or I guess could you give me more of your, I'm sure there's been thought given to why we haven't thought about, or why you're proposing not to continue the residential program as it relates to properties that are currently unencumbered? Is it because of subsequent loans that may be made and the liability position the county might be in? And could you get into that a little bit more for me?
Yeah, I think there's really two reasons. First, the concern that if they ever want to refinance, sell their property, they're going to face the same hurdles that existing property owners with encumbrances now would. But secondly, if we were to provide financing to those properties, we would still fall within the redlining suggested by the FHFA directive. And again, that's a risk that we're suggesting the county may want to avoid until there's resolution of this issue.
And so we understand that if a residential property owner were to move forward, execute the contracts with us, they could likely be in default of their mortgage. So that would be for someone participating. For those not participating, again, the increased underwriting criteria that they would be subject to.
So I guess, as we go forward, maybe it'd be good for me to just sit down with you and we're getting into a relative risk business, if you will. There's not ever going to be any perfect circumstance where, we're in the business. We're going to have to accept some of that, and at some point in time, I may be reasonable to proceed at least with some kind of a limited program, depending on how this plays out.
Yeah, I think that's what we would propose, is to move forward with a non-residential. The way that the resolution is worded, it says that as long as the FHFA statement is in place, the program is suspended. So if that went away, there was a negotiated solution, or there was a legislative solution, or whatever the case may be, that no longer stood, then we can move forward again on the residential side.
Jennifer?
Yeah, thank you. I want to make sure I understand, because this relates to the first resolution, which would include keeping the non-residential portion of the program going. It's your position that if we keep the non-residential portion of the program going, we meet the criteria that there is not an active PACE program because the non-residential is not included in the PACE program?
No, what we're saying is that there is not an active residential PACE program, but there is an active non-residential PACE program.
And because of the mandatory nature of the FHFA, I think I just got that right, FHFA, and the non-mandatory language in the OCC letter, it's your position that doesn't jeopardize the county.
Right. That, combined with the fact that we require written lender consent and also a notice and acknowledgement by the property owner that a future lender could treat this differently than an assessment and require it to be paid off in full at refinance or at subsequent purchase transaction.
And have we had county council give an opinion on those two documents and what implications they might have?
Not an opinion. I've been working very closely with county council.
What opinion would you like me to offer?
I'm not looking for a particular opinion. I'm just, my concern is the implications of continuing to move forward with the non-residential. While the language may not be mandatory and may not be binding, do you, as our council, have concerns about it?
My office has worked very closely with the treasurer and other key staff on this. And it's alluded to by a comment made earlier by Supervisor Wygant. We live in a balancing world of risks. It's my observation in the last 30 days, 40 days, that some of the decisions coming out of these agencies appear to be ad hoc. And as a result, I can't guarantee what their position will be next week. So we make the best judgment we have given the circumstances that we have.
And the splitting of the program to suspend the one that's clearly covered by the regulatory agency and try to move forward with the program that appears to be suggestive by a governing board is probably a safe program that allows us to move forward. We are probably going to monitor this, if not daily, hourly.
Yes.
A great deal of time is going into it. We may be back to revisit this issue with you in the near future. But right now, we are on board with this resolution, but I cannot say for sure it's a risk-free world, because some of the choices that are being made, I mean, I'm just blown away by the fundamental misunderstanding of assessment law that seems to be interpreted across the federal government right now, is that if that was the case, my tax bill would be included in every assessment. I mean, every evaluation. And I've never noticed that before. So.
Thank you.
You, in your presentation, you identified about $500,000 in projects that have been funded. Where do we stand with those?
They have had contracts executed, and those are grandfathered in by the statement, so they will not be found to be in default of their mortgage. There is the possibility that a future lender could require those to be paid off. Those property owners have signed a disclosure saying that they understand that that could be the case. And so some of those are actually funded, and the contract is closed out, the work is done. Others, the construction is ongoing, and as soon as that is final permitted, they will receive their funding as well. But they're grandfathered in.
Okay. So the line of demarcation was, if we had issued a notice to proceed to the contractor, a commitment to fund to the contractor, that we were going to honor that, and anything that had not received a commitment to fund was put on hold.
Correct. Yeah. So if we had an executed contract, that at that point, that's when the contractor had the go-ahead, that they were fully approved. We've got an executed contract as of July 6th, then they could move ahead.
Okay. All right.
In fact, we did have contracts in the pipeline.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no other questions by board members at this point, we'll go ahead and open up to public comments. Before opening up to public comment, let me remind folks, this board has been very supportive of this program. From day one, from the adoption and chaptering of AB 811, this board has been supportive of this program and encouraging Janine to move forward, spending not insignificant dollars and time in bringing a program to Placer County. We were very proud to be among the first to do it, and we are, as many of you, extremely dismayed and a bit befuddled how the contradicting mandates of the various levels of government can bring us to this point. So hopefully it's with that in mind that you will address your comments to the board this morning. So with that, anybody who wishes to address the board, you have your 3 minutes to do so. Yes, Mr. Gonzalez, good morning.
Thank you very much. Norma Gonzalez, I'm with the office of Congressman Tom Mcclintock. Many of you may know me already. Thank you, Chairman, for inviting me here today, and for Janine for extending the invitation, and for the rest of the board. I just wanted to clarify that Janine has been in constant contact with myself and our office over the last few months since this program was rolled out, and also since FHFA has come out with their decisions and OCC as well. We've been working on trying to gather information on this subject. The Congressman at this point has not taken a stand as far as what direction he will take or what action he will take. We've seen through the presentation today and through your experiences on this Empower project, at each level of involvement with agencies or the administration or the Congress, things get a little bit more convoluted and harder to understand. And as you start finding the federal government getting more involved in the daily actions of each of our lives, you start seeing more of these conflicts and contradictions. So I think we have a real question of federalism here as to what the proper role of the federal government is, whether we should be financing home loans, what the proper role of Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac are as quasi-government entities. So there's a number of questions involved here, and it's not something that the Congressman can jump into lightly and just say, I'm absolutely in favor of one or the other. It's inherent upon him to gather all necessary information before acting or taking a specific stand. So with that in mind, I would encourage the board, any members of the public that are here today, I know we have quite a few members of the public here in support. I would encourage you all to contact our office to continue to work with us and make your positions known either letter or email. You can contact the Congressman directly via his website at mcclintock.house.gov and share your thoughts and concerns there. We are working with the federal agencies. We are making calls and gathering data, and at that point, that's where we're at. I can take any questions that you have back or work with you guys at later phone calls or meetings.
Questions by board members or comments? Nope. All right, Norman, thank you for bringing me to this point. Appreciate it.
Mr. Chairman, if I may just briefly comment to thank Norman and the Congress for their interest. I understand that they have not decided how they proceed, but again, they have been very responsive, and I appreciate that.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Mr. Jensen.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is Brian Jensen. I stand here wearing two hats symbolically before you. First of all, as an officer of the Rockland Chamber of Commerce, I wanted to draw your attention to a letter that we've already provided you, expressing the Rockland Area Chamber's support of the resolution you're considering to work towards an administrative and or legislative fix to this situation. We feel that the economic development aspect of the Empower program is substantial, and we've already seen that with the contracts that have been let to local businesses to help bring about the energy efficiency improvements that willing property owners have wanted to encumber themselves to finance and to work for the energy efficiency improvements that it provides into the future. So the business community is very much in support of your efforts to work through a solution administratively or legislatively. In the other hat, as you know, in my day job, I represent Pacific Gas and Electric Company. And I'll just say that PG&E supported AB 811, the initial state legislation that authorized PACE programs. We worked in a small way to assist the county in crafting Empower so that it would be aligned with the existing rebate programs that we already provide so that customers can both finance those energy efficiency improvements that they can also receive rebates for. And then we are working administratively in Washington. My colleagues in our federal office are working with FHFA to help them work through these regulations so that they don't encumber or don't prevent PACE programs like Empower from going forward, because we feel that they are an outstanding complement to these sustainability programs that we as a utility are offering to help customers get ahead of their energy usage and energy bills. So we encourage your support for the resolution that would seek a solution to this. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Mark Balke. I'm Vice President in charge of regional sales of SolarRoofs.com. We're a Carmichael manufacturer of solar hot water systems, and as such, we are very interested in the Empower program. My interest is a little bit personal. I'd like to share two things with you. Number one is just my first introduction to the Empower program. I met with a family in Newcastle who was interested in our solar hot water product. This was a small family of four, two very small children, one with extreme special needs, and they live what we call deep in Tier 5, the most expensive energy costs that PG&E provides, because their home is solely powered by electricity. Our equipment alone would provide them an income by reducing their utility bills of several $100s per month. And so we signed them up. We offered to work with them because they were our first Empower customer, and they were anxiously looking forward to this, and it was brought to halt. I tell you this today just to underscore the sense of urgency that there is for the people in Placer County. This is a quality of life issue as much as it is retrofitting, funding, improving properties. This will affect people's very quality of life. Secondly, I have a document here which I use working down in Sacramento. This is a form that has been provided to our company and many other companies like us by SMUD. I believe, while I don't presume to understand any of the ramifications, I'm not a financial person, I'm not a legislative person, but I work in the industry, and I think this may be a way around the problems that you have right now. And with your permission, sir, I'd like to this short document for your edification.
That's kind of what the gist of it is. The UCC1 program that SMUD has?
No.
Okay.
This is a separate document. It's relatively new. It's been introduced subsequent to the UCC1. It's your filing disclosure statement. And basically what this does is establishes a lien on the fixtures themselves, okay? As a result of the lien on the fixtures and not property, the lien becomes superlative. I'm not the correct term. It goes in front of any existing liens on the mortgage, on the property, including mortgage. It's a very simple document. I don't think in its form here it would work for Placer County, but this concept of filing a lien on the property completely eliminates becoming involved with the mortgage or the mortgage lender. I believe you don't need to talk to them. You need to just study the language here, probably work with SMUD, understand the background of this document better than I, and this kind of an arrangement will allow...
Go ahead, finish your thought.
Is that my time?
But go ahead and finish your thought. Go ahead.
Okay. I believe with working with SMUD and other organizations that this provides you an opportunity to move forward and not have to deal with this mountain of bureaucratic red tape.
Thank you.
Can I give you a copy of this? Thank you very much. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good morning. Michelle Skupik, homeowner in Placer County. That's the first hat. Chicago Title Company, commercial and builder development, second hat. And also a member of the Green Cabinet here in the Sacramento region, which actually is a group of commercial producers of energy-efficient resources for commercial property owners. First, as a homeowner, I'm extremely disappointed. I was one of the first people to help launch the program, had my energy audit done. I'm getting ready to probably pay close to a $900 bill to PG&E. You know, my summer, my winters, my peak, season is just rough, and I'm really happy we have cool weather. Might help next month. But, so as a homeowner, I'm disappointed. I do understand the restraints. Janine and I and County Council have talked about it. We know that there's federal loan law. It's unfortunate that the left hand, right hand weren't connected. So hopefully there'll be a resolution. But I'm here on the commercial side to encourage your continued support. And part of this that something I wanted to bring up is AB 1103, which in my Chicago Title daily routine comes up almost every conversation I have in educating the brokers and the commercial building owners that they have a responsibility to upload and report their energy use by January 1 of 2011. And that has really gotten them interested in the PACE program, because we can prove through the Green Cabinet and the energy audits we're doing for commercial that there's substantial reductions in their operating expenses, which is key to them right now. There is no other funding out there, zero, for the commercial property owners to do these retrofits. So I just want to continue to encourage your support and commend you for the support that you've given. And certainly the Green Cabinet would be happy to be a continued resource for Janine and the PACE program. Thank you.
Thank you. Other folks? While Mr. Mueller's coming up, I'd like to get a sense of how many folks would like to address the board on this item under public comment. Can I just see a quick show of hands, number of folks? Okay. All right. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Bill Mueller. I'm CEO of Valley Vision. Valley Vision is a nonprofit organization that serves the people and organizations throughout the 6-county area. And we've been working very closely over the last 5 years on a number of green energy initiatives, notably staffing the Green Capital Alliance, which includes the Empower program. Clearly, I'm here to talk to you today about jobs, but also certainty. One of the things about the PACE program that you know well, having embraced the program, is that it's a jobs creator. One of the things that my organization was able to do for a broad number of organizations was to do an economic impact assessment of what the installation of this program, not only in Placer County but in other counties around the region. What we discovered is that in the first 12 months of a PACE program being involved in the 6 counties, over $170 million worth of new economic activity would occur, in excess of 750 jobs. New jobs would be created, not counting those jobs that would consistently be supported in the construction and finance industries. And what's more, over $20 million worth of new tax revenue to local governments would be created. This is a very powerful program, as you well know, in many respects, because those that it touches, it is of great success and support. It supports residences, it supports businesses, it supports local governments, and it helps the broader operating economy and environment. It also creates certainty. And one of the messages that I think is really important for us to consider is that there are a number of businesses in the greater Sacramento area that have partnered with Empower and the other PACE programs and have made significant investments, in some cases not hundreds of thousands but millions of dollars of investments anticipating this program. And so the continuance of it is very important, not only for those businesses specifically, but also to maintain the coherence of the program. And so we, for one, would strongly encourage you to continue the strong support that you've provided and to continue the program for the certainty that is provided not only those within the Placer County business community, but also for those surrounding counties that are looking to Placer County and its leadership for direction and modeling that leadership. In close, I just want to recognize your treasurer tax collector. She's been a phenomenal leader in this space, not only for this county, but many others. And on behalf of my board and staff, I just wanted to recognize her and thank her. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Rick Wiley. I'm president of Butler Corporation. I'm also a resident of Roseville. Empower was launched due to the visionary leadership of the Board of Supervisors and Placer County Treasurer Janine Windeshausen and her staff. I want to, as Kirk indicated, want to thank you for that vision and leadership. Contrary to FHFA's position, I believe that we all agree that this program has many, many winners concentrated here in the region and rippling throughout the national economy and environment, with no losers, the best kind of program. I understand the reason that Empower was suspended after FHA's threats. I, however, submit that there is one clear path to failure and there's one clear opportunity for success. The path to failure is simple and sure: maintain the cessation of the program. With that decision, all of the hard work and investments made by the board, Janine and her office, and the many, many businesses who have delivered capabilities to support Empower will be lost. Many will lose their jobs. Many more that would have found work will not. And the Placer County residents and businesses will lose their only source of funding, for many of them, for the energy improvements they and we all desperately need. The opportunity for success is also clear and simple. I ask the board to take one more leap of visionary leadership and join Sonoma County in saying no to Washington politics and reinstate the Empower program today. Yes, there's potential risk in this action, but I believe the risk of inaction is much more certain. Placer was a model of leadership when Empower was launched, a healthy cousin for Sonoma. I believe that if Placer joins Sonoma in their stand against Washington politics, they can help both programs along with all other PACE programs throughout California and the nation, defeat this unreasonable assault. I ask the board to repower Empower.
Thank you. Morning, Mr. Ewell.
Sure. Chairman Euler and members of the Board of Placer County Supervisors, Scott Ewell, Mayor of Rockland, and I will spare you of any pontification or a rehashing of a lot of the details that we've heard today from reports to the public, and then simply just want to remind you publicly that City of Rockland did pass a resolution in November of 2009 in support of this program. And while this program appears to have a lot of moving parts at this point and some uncertainties, it sounds like there's a level of confidence from County Council that moving forward and supporting this resolution can make sense. It's going to be monitored apparently daily and hourly, I think it was just stated earlier. So I would encourage the support of the resolution, and thank you, the entire board, for your leadership, and of course our County Treasurer, Tax Collector Janine Windethauser, for her leadership. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think this is the mayor's time. Gary Liss, Mayor, Town of Loomis. I'd like to pass out a letter that we sent to Vice President Biden, adopted at our council meeting on July 13th, supporting resolution of this problem as vital to the success of the Empower program locally. I'm here in support both for the Town of Loomis and as Chair of Placer Sustain to indicate that the staff recommendations should be supported. Definitely congressional resolution, administrative actions. The Randall Communications contract is really important. We strongly want to see Empower staff continue forward with the commercial program, view that as a pilot project if the residential doesn't go forward. I do like Mr. Wiley's last comments to stand with Sonoma. If you have that disposition, we would support that. It's a political decision at this point, but from my vantage point, I'd like to look them down and say, we're going to call your bluff, and I urge you to do that. But if you don't, at a minimum, with the administrative actions, indicate that the FHFA has overstepped their bounds by impacting all residents. They've gone beyond their authority. They're threatening in a way that is inappropriate, and at a minimum, and immediately, that overstepping should be a priority for focus, that this should not be tolerated, that the federal government threatens every residential taxpayer in the county that adopts a program like this. That is unconscionable and totally against what our country is founded upon. Once that's done, and that gets corrected and can be done very quickly, then you could at least restart the jumbo and nonconforming loans on the residential side, get that moving as a residential pilot program to work out the kinks so that when the final resolution of this is done, we'll be able to move forward. I do agree with Mr. Wiley's point about certainty and Mr. Mueller's point about certainty is important. You can't start and stop programs like this and expect the public and the investments of the private industry to keep going forward. We need your leadership to keep this program moving as strongly and powerfully forward. You made the commitment. You've provided the inspiration not only for this county but through the whole state that this is important for a public-private partnership that's win-win. We need to get that message across, and we need the local media to be kept apprised of this, to keep tracking the story as much as possible. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. I think the federal government needs to know that Loomis and Rockland are on the same side of something. That might prompt action just immediately.
We've actually declared a new era of cooperation between Rockland and Loomis, and for more details, talk to Scott or me.
Isn't that foretold as one of the signs of the end of the world? Loomis and Rockland coming together?
Chairman Euler and members of the board, my name is Wendy Garrigan. I'm here on behalf of the Roseville Chamber of Commerce, and thank you for the reminder, Chairman Euler, that we're preaching to the choir here this morning. So with that being said, I just wanted to comment that I had the opportunity to hear firsthand about Empower from Janine a couple of times, and at each opportunity, the business community was abuzz with the excitement, with the potential of an additional $2 million a month being infused into the local economy. That's what we all could use right now. It's frustrating that we're being stopped just as the momentum got going, but the Roseville Chamber has faith in the leadership here at the county and with Janine's creativity, and we would encourage you to continue working with the powers that be to make sure that Empower is alive and well in Placer County. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Rick from RT Solar. Rick Therian. I'm not going to repeat what everybody else said. I'm wondering why we had to stop somebody with a paid-off home who they can't go forward with it, the jumbo loan, which doesn't affect Fannie Mae or Freddie Mac, or somebody with a large amount of equity that can get. I mean, I understand if they're underwater and it's really close and Freddie Mae and they're worried about it. But if somebody has equity and their bank will say it's okay to go in front of them, why are we stopping that portion of the program?
I believe the answer, and Janine can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the answer to that question is because the letter from FHFA said simply the existence of the program within the jurisdiction will put us in that red line category where it doesn't matter if we ever write a loan that they end up taking. If we wrote 100% of our loans to people who had homes paid off, simply having a program in existence means that anybody who goes to refinance their house, regardless of affiliation with this program, is subject to those more stringent underwriting requirements of the assumption that there's all that encumbrance on there for both the debt-to-income ratio as well as their overall qualifying percentages. So I believe it's just the existence of a residential program that puts us in jeopardy, not whether or not we make a loan that's subject to.
What about if it's disclosed that that may come up in a refinance or a sale, and there's a possibility, if this doesn't get cleared up, that they will have to pay off the loan? I mean, with those items I just said, why can't we carry on with three-quarters of this residential program?
Because FHFA says that we subject everybody in the county to more stringent underwriting requirements. Rest assured, Rick, we wish that there were an out, a way around. We really do.
Chairman Euler, Vice Chairman Wygant, members of the Board of Supervisors, Dennis Rogers with the North State BIA. Thank you very much for your time. I, too, want to acknowledge and thank you all for your support of the program. We think it's incredibly important and realize that we are here today not because of your desire, but because of the incalcitrance of the federal government. I think you're making a prudent decision today for the best interests of all the residents of the county. I wish it were not that way, but it's one that I think you have to do, unfortunately. I do like the kind of discussion at some point of looking at a more nuanced position, similar to what Supervisor Wygant talked about. But today we're just not in the place where we can do that. Unfortunately, the language is unequivocal. I wanted to spend just a couple of minutes just on one thing that I think is incredibly important, not from a jobs perspective. We all know that jobs are important. We know that this can potentially add a lot of jobs. But one of the policy implications of this suspension that I think is going to be detrimental to our state in particular, and that's greenhouse gas reductions. AB 32, whether you like it or not, whether or not you believe that global warming is man-made or not, is the law of our state. The likelihood that it will be suspended, I leave to other folks, but let's just assume that it's not. You have a threshold that you have to reduce. Regardless if we build a new commercial building, a new retail building, or a new home, from this point forward, you're going to have to go to the existing built environment and find a way to create energy efficiency in that existing built environment, because by 2050 you're going to have to be 80% below 1990 levels. The difficulty that you face is without a program like Empower, how are you going to be able to finance those energy retrofits? Roughly speaking, 60% of the homes that were built in our region were before 1978. Why is that important? That's the first year of Title 24. That's the first year of energy regulation from an energy efficiency standpoint. So those are the houses that have no energy efficiency programs in them. They may or may not have insulation. They may have, single pane windows that have leaks in them. So the difficulty that confronts us is, even if we were to stop all new construction, you would still have to go and deal with those. And without something like Empower, you are going to have a very difficult time finding ways, especially in a negative equity environment, of achieving those greenhouse gas reductions. The thing that I wanted to leave you with is why I think this is important is houses built today emit 25% less greenhouse gases than houses that were built in 1990. That's the first threshold that you have to deal with in AB 32. With the new state green building standards that are going to come in, we're going to go down even further. The difficulty that you have is that you can't get much more energy efficient in new homes. And since we're less than 0.5% in a good year, much less than that, unfortunately, today, you're not going to be able to get your greenhouse gas reductions out of the new construction side of the ledger. It's all going to come from, in the land use component, the majority of it's going to come from the existing built environment. And without that, you're going to have some difficulty achieving that. Thanks for allowing me to finish my thought. I recognize that you guys are only suspending the program due to federal government action. Should you decide to follow Mr. Wiley's suggestion, we would obviously be very supportive of that as well, but we also recognize that prudence sometimes dictates decisions that are unpopular, even in the face of common sense. Thanks.
Thank you. And again, I see this lady coming forward. At this point, how many folks left like to address the board? I see one more. Okay, then we'll wrap it up with the gentleman. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Grace Grimes. I am a property owner in Placer County. Was very excited to hear about Empower. We were all but ready to sign the bottom line when the plug got pulled. This would have had a very positive impact to my husband and I and the cost of living in our home. Currently, our heat is a wall heater, 40% efficient. Our propane costs last year from May 1st to May 1st in a house that we kept at 67 or 68 degrees was $3,600. We're modest people, modest income. The heating system alone would have saved us between $2,000 and $2,500 a year. You've heard from, and I agree with everybody, this would have been an excellent job source. I know you all are very supportive of it. I just wanted you to hear from a property owner that was affected by it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so I guess we'll allow professional courtesy, even though he didn't stick up his hand previously.
I was going to try and keep my mouth shut, but I did want to, Chairman Euler, members of the board, my name's Jim Williams. I'm probably talking today here also as chair of Valley Vision, but also as an architect involved in commercial practice. And it's encouraging that the commercial portion of this work is going forward. There are great opportunities for savings in our commercial stock. We have proven those examples over time and time again that we can achieve 40% savings over Title 24, which goes a long way toward solving some of the problems that Dennis is talking about. It is a tragedy that we have this kind of conflict with our federal government. I would encourage our congressional delegation to not sit on the fence and begin to be very active in supporting it. Anytime you have a constituency, as you said, of Rockland and Loomis, of environmentalists and cold, hard capitalists talking about the same answer, then it's time to get on board. And I would just like to encourage us to promote the commercial side in the interim so that we can keep the staffing and the energy of the program going forward. And it is a very, very difficult situation on the residential side because of the implications. But it may be time for all of us to stand as revolutionaries against some of this overstepping of authority. Thank you.
Thank you.
Morning.
Morning.
Chairman Euler, members of the board. My name is Mike Machino. I'm the GM of Yes Solar Solutions, based out of Roseville. And I just want to express my strong support for the program, obviously. Thought it'd be interesting to give you guys a perspective of how this has impacted, one solar company and the specifics that go into that. So Since being announced, the Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac decision to block PACE has had the following effects on us. The direct loss of approximately 40 contracts and over $2 million in revenue. The direct loss of countless other contracts from property owners who hadn't yet signed up but had planned to do so. The indirect loss of over $30,000 in Empower-related marketing and advertising. The unfortunate layoff of 8 construction employees, ranging from skilled positions such as engineers and electricians to foremen and roofers. The prevention of another 10-plus construction new hires that we had planned on hiring before this decision was made. The prevention of another 5-plus new hires in the area of sales and admin support. So total employee impact, total personal and livelihood impact, 25-plus people and 25-plus families, just in one small company. You know, at a time when the unemployment rate is over 9% nationally and 20% in the construction industry, the impact this decision has had on our small company is very, very significant, let alone the impact on the community and all of the companies involved collectively. So I just want to let you guys know we really appreciate your support for the program, the commitment that it takes. We stand ready as contractors to do whatever it takes to support this program. And our company and stakeholders are counting on this to be restored. So, thanks for your time.
Thank you. All right. Go ahead and bring it back to the board. We are being asked to consider 2 resolutions and then an action to approve a contract amendment. Janine, did you have any additional comments at this point on any of these?
No, other than to thank the board for their time. I know this item has gone on for an extended period of time due to the interest, and with that, unless you have any final questions.
I see a few lights on. Let's start down at the end with Mr. Wygant.
Yeah, Ginny, just one last question. Could you talk a little bit about the increase in the Randall Communication contract and how that connects to our federal lobbying efforts, keeping in mind that we have an advocate and making sure that we're all on the same page? And then final question as it relates to that, if I'm presuming that the residential component of this program will get resolved, just my presumption, but if it doesn't and we're just left with the commercial side of the business and that doesn't get ruined also through bad regulation, will we be able to absorb that cost in the lending program that is asked for as it relates to the increment to the contract?
Yeah, I think that's one of the reasons that it's important to pursue the non-residential side, is in order to move towards cost recovery. With any program, when it's new, there are upfront costs, and certainly the ongoing costs are much less over time. With regard to the Randall contract, the focus of that would be to shift our emphasis on the commercial side and move forward and extend the length of time on that. When we put the Empower budget together, we didn't anticipate a need for a lobbying effort. And so we've been thankful for Holland & Knight's assistance at the federal level and the fact that the county had them in place. And so I don't see an overlap between the two. Certainly with regard to resolving the issue, there's a certain amount of grassroots activity, but it's not related to the federal level. So we would look to concentrate the Randall contract with regard to the non-residential promotion of the program, reaching out to the contractors that do that type of work, and getting the word out to the non-residential community.
Supervisor Rockwell.
Yes, I want to make this kind of a positive comment for Norman to Congressman McClintock. We need him to step up on this item and help us. When you see Boxer and others like that helping us, I mean, it's time for our congressman, and I'm saying this in a positive way, I'm not trying to demean anybody here. We need him to step up because this is an important, critical component to this area, and you've heard today from a lot of different people the potential job loss and some of those things, and people need to upgrade their homes and make them more energy efficient. So we really need him to step up and help us on this.
Anyone else? Okay, I'm sorry, Supervisor Montgomery?
Yeah, I wanted to make sure, Janine, that I understood that third piece that you're asking us to act on today, which is the contract amendment. Our page 2 of our sort of recap is a little bit different than what's in the larger document in that, or maybe I'm just reading it differently between the two, but it says that what we're asking here for is increasing the contract amount for various services related to the FHFA statement of July 7th, which is the residential statement.
Right.
So I guess my question is if we're looking at doing public affairs and public outreach for the residential piece, is now the appropriate time to be allocating more money to that, or
I would,
are we
the way
using
that
it
things
for the
have developed,
non-residential?
the way that things have developed, particularly in the last week or so, again, it's the change is very rapid. You know, by the same context that we will continue to monitor the non-residential program daily, hourly. I think we need to do that on the residential program. Clearly, when this first when we launched the program, as I said, we didn't anticipate needing any legislative effort. We have that in Holland and Knight, and they are addressing that at the federal level. The Randall, again, the focus, and again, we really came to a more clearer understanding of the OCC just within the last few days, the conversations that have occurred, and to the point where we felt comfortable making the recommendation to go forward with the non-residential. And so that's where I think the focus of Randall's work will be. It does have a broader scope from a public affairs, not from a lobbying effort, but from a public affairs effort here in our area with regard to keeping the issue in front of the media, those types of things, keeping the issue out in front of various stakeholders and public officials, quite frankly, across the region, because we have, although it isn't a formal partnership, Sacramento and Yolo are looking at launching at programs. So we'll work with them. We keep in touch with them. So coordination of those types of efforts.
Okay, so Randall Communications then would be working both on the residential and the non-residential pieces in terms of public affairs, public relations, and marketing?
I would say the emphasis of their contract going forward would be on the non-residential and marketing that program. We need to ramp up that effort. We have not had a focus there previously because of the amount of interest that we've had on the residential side and managing that.
Okay,
so
that's great.
That is where
that
is where their focus would be.
Okay, because it wasn't clear in this because it said specifically related to the FHFA.
Yeah, and again, monitoring that going forward. The contract has a not-to-exceed monthly amount, and it has also a termination essentially without notice, so that if things change, we can hold that up.
Thank you.
Tom?
Yes, I do want to speak. Thank you for the budget issue for your board. We are over $500,000 in debt on this program that should be recovered should we be successful in getting the residential and the commercial reestablished. I do have, obviously, we're in support of the two resolutions. I do have some concerns about the Randall contract. We've overexpended the contract by about $42,000 on that, so that has to be paid for. I'd suggest your board consider allowing another $14,000, so bringing that somewhere shy of $60,000 to see what happens over this next month. We can always come back with a new contract. There is overlap in this contract between our advocacy efforts that we have for our lobbyists. We do have not only Holland and Knight on the federal level, but we have Peterson Consulting on the state level, and we also have Lundgren and Associates on the state level as well. So we do have the ability to reach out as necessary, and that has been accomplished through our state and federal advocates. I think there's clearly some interest on extending the commercial side. I think money being allowed into that to the tune of $14,000 in new money would help on that until we see how this settles out over this next 30-day period. I am concerned, regardless of the constraints, how we could stop the contract. It does, within the contract, include contracting or contacting congressional offices and those type of things. There's so many other folks in this fight at this time. If the cities were to contribute real cash to this effort, in addition to their verbal support of the program, maybe there'd be a better lobbying pool to do this. But you know your budget well. I think we have to be very mindful about whether or not we're going to recover any of this money in the long run from either the commercial or the residential side. So I just express caution and restrict the amount fundable at this time in the Randall contract to $60,000.
Okay. Supervisor Holmes?
Oh, I was just going to go ahead and make a motion. And
I'd like to take the motion in three parts. I'd like individual motions for the two resolutions and then for the contracts. If you're prepared to make a motion on the resolution suspending Empower Placer for residential application acceptance consistent with the FHFA statement.
Yes.
Supervisor Holmes did.
Yeah.
You can second it.
Yeah.
All right. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. Do we have a motion on the resolution in support of the PACE programs requesting congressional action?
Second.
Motion by Rockholm, second by Holmes. Discussion. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? None. Okay, thank you.
Make a motion on number 3, but with a comment. That we move forward with what is approved here.
Recommended here?
Recommended here, because I think what Randall Communications provide is totally different than what our lobbyists provide, dealing with different people. I think their outreach and their audience is different than, just in my opinion, and I think what we're doing on the legislative side is great, but I think this outreach from them, I think, is important. And I would make that motion. If I don't get a second, we'll go to the other.
Okay, so we have a motion by Rockholm to approve the requested contract amendment as presented. Hearing no second, motion dies for lack of a second. Do we have an alternative motion at this point on the contract? Supervisor Holmes?
I move that we approve the contract amendment with Randall Communications not to exceed $60,000.
Second.
We have a second by Supervisor Montgomery. Any comments by board members? Under discussion, I greatly value the services Randall's been providing. They, I'm sure, will continue to provide good service for this program. My concern, as I expressed with some folks from Randall, is simply I believe that we need to be more in cost recovery mode than additional expenditure mode, and so I have concerns about committing additional dollars at this point to any kind of a legislative effort, and I believe, as far as the marketing effort is concerned, that money might be better spent if our goal is to reach the commercial property owners, that money might be better spent in co-op advertising efforts with the private businesses that are in our area taking advantage of the program. So I've expressed those opinions to the folks from Randall. Do appreciate their effort in this program and other areas where I work with them, and look forward to continuing to work with them. But with that motion as second, we'll have a roll call, please.
Holmes?
Aye.
Whitegant?
Yes.
Rockholm?
Yes.
Montgomery?
Yes.
Euler?
No. All right, thank you. That concludes, yeah, I'm sorry? I did. Yeah. From my comments, you didn't see that comment? You're very welcome. We have a number of timed items before our 11 o'clock timed item that we're going to take. We're going to give a minute for folks to kind of filter out here, and then we'll pick up our next timed items. Okay. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, we need to continue on with the business of the board. We are now we're now running a little bit late on our agenda. We invite folks to take their conversations outside of the chambers. We have a number of timed items that we have yet to get to, going back to our 10 o'clock timed item. So just for those of you keeping score at home, we just wrapped up our 9:45. We have a 10 at 10:15 and 10:45 before we get to the next one that I know has a decent amount of interest. That's our 11 o'clock regarding the park dedication fees. So we're going to go ahead and continue, and perhaps it's safe at this point to let staff, department heads that have department head items, let them know that we are going to work through our timed items and then probably adjourn for lunch and closed session and then come back for department head items after lunch. So those of our department heads that are sitting over in conference room A that are watching this on video know that they've got a little bit of time to go grab some lunch themselves before we take department head items. So we'll go ahead and move on with our 10 o'clock timed item. This is an annual report by the Placer County Audit Committee presented to us by the committee chairman, Mr. Wayne Nader.
Thank you, Chairman Euler and other board members. I appreciate the opportunity to come and give you our annual report. I first want to recognize some people. I think from a structure standpoint, there are 3 members, myself as the chair, and then Rocky has served as the vice chair, and then Jim Holmes was another member on the committee. You just recently appointed me to another 2 years on this committee, so I appreciate it. I am honored. And I want to recognize the other people that are also participate when we have our meetings, particularly Kathy Martinez, who's the auditor controller, as you all know, and then Andy Siss, who's the assistant auditor controller, and Nicole Howard, who is the internal audit manager. Obviously critical to us evaluating their performance is the information they provide, so I appreciate the support that they give us. Also, we have a representative from the county council is there and from the executive's office to participate in the discussion. I just want to take a moment before I give you a report just to give you my perspective. I'm going to try to keep my report very brief in the interest of your time issues. As most of you know, before I retired 4 years ago, I was a banker, and the last 8 years that I was in the position, I was responsible for the government side of that banking operation in California, Nevada, Arizona, and Utah. And so I supervised those areas, and it gave me a unique perspective on what is good in government and what is bad in government, especially the efficiencies, especially on the financial side, because that was what I was dealing with. And so I think I'm certainly honored again to be on this committee, but I hope that my experiences in life have given me an appreciation for that. You were talking about risk, obviously, in the previous subject. As a banker, I always evaluated risk, whether it was in the government operations or whether it was in the commercial lending area that I worked in. But really, to be able to evaluate risk efficiently, you have to make sure that you're getting independent verification of the information that's being provided to you. And audit is absolutely a critical part of that component of getting that information that you need. And so I guess I have a passion for making sure that information is given through the audit side. Again, I can assure you, we all want to believe and have trust and faith in individuals to be responsible about their functions. But I can assure you that in situations where there's lax compliance, it's going to lead to abuse at some point because it just opens the door for that opportunity. So again, audit provides that oversight to make sure that there aren't issues that are being neglected. And from my perspective, I can tell you that I believe that that what's being done through the audit department here in Placer County, that they are doing an exceptional job. I appreciate their diligence and their thoroughness and what they do. Obviously, you've got a 2-page report that we provided to you. but I want to read something just for the benefit of the people who are in the audience, what we're supposed to do, what you've assigned us to do. The purpose of the committee is to assist your board in fulfilling your oversight responsibilities by monitoring the financial reporting process, the overall systems, internal control, and risk mitigation, compliance with the laws and regulations, and the independence and performance of the county's internal and external audits. And I meet quarterly, usually right after the end of the quarter, to evaluate both what is in process, what has been completed, both from internal audits and the external audits. I have met independently, just on my own, with the external auditors and had discussions so that I could get a greater appreciation of their perspective on how things are being handled in Lancaster County. Macias, Jenny, and O'Connell are the accountants, the external accountants, and I believe that from my perspective, they're doing an outstanding job of monitoring the efficiencies of the departments, and I'm comfortable with what they have provided for us, and I think in the reports that you've seen that they have been very supportive and have feel that the compliances are being met. One thing that I wanted to mention, too, that maybe you might not be aware of is that the counties all participate in giving peer reviews to each other, which, in addition to, obviously, the external audits that are being done, I think it's really a benefit to have other counties coming in and giving an objective perspective of how that county is doing. And Napa County was this last year giving a peer review of Placer County's audit department. And it was a very positive review. I met with them, again, personally, just on my own, and had a discussion with them. And the feedback I got was very good. So I want to give the assurance to the board and to the public that I believe that their dollars are being protected in the most efficient way and are being looked over. And what I want to go on to, because this is something that I really value in the audit department, is the internal audits. And you'll see in the report that they've done a number of them this year. One of them, I guess, was let me back up a little bit more commentary again. To say these are tough times is probably an understatement. And in the government area, it's even tougher. And the road out is not going to be an easy one. It's going to be a long one. So we have a responsibility and accountability of each one of those tax dollars, those precious tax dollars, to do it in the most efficient way. And so that, again, audits can identify areas where greater efficiency can be done, where policy is not being, or guidelines are not being adhered to very closely. One of the transitory tax, occupancy tax, that surfaced an issue this last year that you folks are dealing with up in the Tahoe area. And there was some inventory reviews that were done, and also that surfaced some issues that needed to be monitored a little bit closer. And I guess the largest one was the department review when there was a change of management in CDRA, the Community Development Resource Agency. And a number of issues came up as they were going through that. Again, a lot of it was more policy, guideline issues, and compliance with the county. The one thing I will say is that there were follow-up audits on those, some of those departments where there were issues that were brought up, 6-month follow-ups, and the issues had been dealt with. So that's encouraging to see that the departments took that audit seriously and dealt with the issues quickly. There was a fleet review that was just completed, that we just got the report on that, and there were quite a few issues that came up in that where I believe, certainly some greater attention needs to be done on how vehicles are handled, how the use of those vehicles are handled, and that's being addressed. The plan ahead for the next year has ongoing credit card checks, because that's an area where certainly abuse can happen, but also not direct intentional abuse, but neglect can happen too. Supervisors need to be monitoring those very closely. Cell phone use is another one. And what the audit department is doing is spot checks on all of these so that the departments are certainly aware that they need to stay on top of these issues. The Voyager card, which you're all probably familiar with, is another area that needs to be monitored very closely to make sure that that's not being abused. And so that's being done. And there's also a plan of 2 department reviews this year. And the total hours that are going to be invested by the audit department through all of their staff, and they have a very lean and mean staff, I can say that, is not in the mean terms is what but 4,300 hours is going to be invested in obviously making sure that we stay on top of any potential issues that might come up. The one last thing that I do want to go over is the single audit report, which was attached to the report, the 2-page report you got. There were 2 deficiencies in it, and there was, I think, a good explanation to each one of those, and they have been resolved. One was construction in progress. It was not being accounted for. It's really kind of an allocation issue. It was staying in under construction progress, and when it shouldn't have been, and it should have been completed, it should have been on a depreciated asset for the county. And so that's now being addressed and monitored closely so that these departments are reporting as projects are being completed, that it is moving into the right slot of recognition. The other is, federal dollars. I've been amazed how many federal dollars kind of pass through Placer County. It's under these programs, it's $76 million. And obviously, they come with all kinds of strings attached to them for reporting. It's a myriad of things that have to deal with these departments. Most of it's coming through social services. And there is, obviously, the federal requirement, again, is some very stringent reporting requirements. And there was, unfortunately, some areas where things were not being recognized appropriately in reports. And that has now been tightened up as well. So both those issues, both those deficiencies, there were no losses to the county, financial losses, and that reporting now has all been taken care of and resolved. So I will conclude by saying, from my perspective, I believe that controls are in place and that the audit department is operating efficiently and that the counties, obviously, watching the taxpayers' dollars is being done in a very effective manner. So if you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer them.
Thank you, Wayne. I appreciate your leadership. I can't think of anybody more qualified to serve as the chair of that audit committee, and that's why I quickly made the motion that you would be the chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair.
But, we do meet quarterly, and we get detailed reports from the auditor staff. It's very easy to understand, and I think you're right. They're doing a tremendous job, and we are overseeing what's going on. And I think Supervisor Rockland would acknowledge that as well. And I just want to thank Nicole Howard for her hard work digging into the details, and then, of course, Andy Zisk and our auditor, Kathy Martinez, for their leadership on this. So I'm glad that I was able to be on that committee, and it's been really worthwhile to understand how this all works. So thank you again.
Okay. Thanks, Chair.
I'll second. Questions or comments by any of the board members? Questions or comments by members of the public on this item? Okay, seeing none, there's no action required, I believe, to adopt the report. We simply receive the report, and well presented. Thank you very much. So we will move on now to the 10:15 timed item. The county clerk recorder conduct a public hearing to consider adoption of ordinance amending Placer County Code, section 2.116.150, relating to fees and charges.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, County Executive, Mr. Miller, Gloria Coots on behalf of the county clerk recorder. I'll try to make this very quick. Our office is before you today to request that you conduct a public hearing to approve amendments to fees charged per the county code for the clerk recorder's office. The first of these fees is a proposed $6 increase in the base recording fee for the first page of any recorded document. Under SB 676, that was passed last year, Counties are authorized to increase the base recording fee, which has not been increased since 1984, 26 years ago, up to $10. Only the first page may be increased. And as long as that increase does not exceed actual cost. We did conduct a cost study, and our actual cost for the first page or a single-page document is approximately $11.53. So the increase to, as proposed, of $6 to a base recording fee of $10 would still be slightly under our actual cost, but obviously our actual cost has increased over the last 25 years and well exceeds $4. The second fee that we're proposing that your board consider is establishing a $7.25 charge for taking passport photos. As you are probably aware, the county clerk is an authorized passport acceptance agency. We accept applications on behalf of the U.S. Department of State and transmit those applications to them. Many people come to us for this service. There are other places that they can submit them, but many still come to the county clerk. We had about 1,800 last calendar year, and some of these people come in either without passport photos at all, and then they have to interrupt their application process and go get some, and so forth. We do have equipment that would allow us to take acceptable passport photos as prescribed by the Department of State. And again, we've done a cost study and would propose to set that fee at $7.25, which I might note is somewhat below the amount currently charged by the post office. But post office, is in charge of setting their own fee. Ours is based on actual cost of what it would take to carry out making the passport photos. We will not require anyone to use this service. They're free to go to any company or that takes passport photos. But if they wish to, we can accommodate them, and we believe that it would be a convenience to many members of the public to be able to do it in one transaction. So the remaining items that are on the proposed ordinance for changes really reflect either clarifications, current processes, or changes in technology. Sometimes we had 2 lines to describe something and we could do it in one, so we really consider those cleanup items. And the only other item I'd like to bring to your attention is we have various fees, obviously, for clerk and recorder transactions, but occasionally a member of the public wants, at the same time as perhaps they're recording a document, wants to make a copy of an accessory document, if you will, just for their own records. And we simply included into our portion of the county code fee ordinance the standard existing copy charges that the county uses when there isn't no other designated fee. And we figured that was a little clearer for people, so if they ask, oh, can you make a copy of this for us, we can do so without any great explanation. So again, to summarize, what we are asking today is to conduct a public hearing, if there's anyone here to speak on the matter, approve the ordinance. We intend to use the funds, which would be in the neighborhood of an additional $500,000 annually, for fully funding our currently agreed upon allocation of positions so that we're able to deliver the service that people would be expecting, and to keep those positions filled, which is still 10 less than our allocation, and also to keep office in operation during full business, what is called full business hours, so that when people come, they can get the service that they would be paying for. And we've worked with the county executive office on how to allocate these funds and make sure that the services that people would be paying for would be delivered to them on a timely basis and meet their needs, both members of the public, businesses, and other public agencies.
Okay, questions by board members before we open the public hearing? Seeing none, Mr. Miller, you have a question or comment?
I just want to confirm what Gloria said and also extend my appreciation County Clerk Recorder Jim McCauley for the cooperativeness of his office in this. I know it took a lot of work to bring forward, so deeply appreciated by my office.
Two questions. First, under the new service, the photos.
Yes.
Why is board action required for your office to provide a service?
Because, one, it's discretionary. We obviously don't have to take passport photos. And to establish the base fee, we try to be entrepreneurial, but at the same time, it's, it's the board's option and responsibility to kind of establish what we can and can't do in that discretionary area. And we are looking at it as a customer service, I'm sure.
Bless you. And then under some of the environmental, so the miscellaneous clerk fees, the couple that jump out.
The really big increases?
Yes, the filing of the neg deck and the environmental impact report.
Both of those have been set for several years, a number of years really now, and they are established as part of the state budget process each year to help support the State Department of Fish and Game. We are simply mandated to collect them, and all of the money that is collected there that you see, it typically goes into effect on January 1st of each year. We have no choice. We must collect it, and every single penny of that goes directly to the state.
Okay.
So this is, and we have occasionally these where we just clean them up and pick them up. Unfortunately, your board really doesn't have any ability to weigh in on the validity of those. They are established by state law.
Are there other fees that fall into that category that we're looking at?
I do not believe that we have, yes, I take that back. Vital statistics typically go up $1 or so each year, and we do have a couple of changes, but just a few this time, that go to help support the State Department of Vital Statistics in the State Department of Health. But fairly nominal. Occasionally they've gone up a little more. I think we only had one of those that changed this time. And I believe it was $1. But again, we put, and in fact, they can go in effect at times other than the first of the year. We can simply be notified of them. They have authority to determine that fee.
Great. Okay, seeing no other questions or comments by board members, this is a public hearing. We'll open it up to any members of the public that wish to address the board on the item regarding fee adjustments for the County Clerk Recorder Registrar Voters Office. And seeing none, we'll go ahead and close public hearing. And
approval. Second.
We have a motion by Supervisor Rockholm and a second by Supervisor Wygant to approve the item. Under discussion, Supervisor Holmes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Coots, thank you very much for such an informative presentation. I just ask that you extend my compliments to Mr. McCauley and his staff for the wonderful customer service atmosphere that you folks provide for our citizens.
Thank you. I will, certainly.
And under discussion for both this item and the following item, given that we are in negotiations right now with our various bargaining units, and that these fees reflect cost to provide service as a result of previously negotiated agreements, I will vote in the affirmative on these. However, I do not believe that this county has done yet what is reasonable and prudent in order to keep our escalating cost structure in line, and hopefully as a result of the conversations that are ongoing now between ourselves and our bargaining units, we will see steps taken in that direction. And failing satisfactory resolution, I'm going to be hard-pressed to support additional fees that are a result of an artificial inflation in costs above and beyond any market-driven factors. So I'll just leave that for both this item and the item that follows. And we do have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. 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 Opposed? None. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for...
Okay, we will take now the 10:45 timed item. Again, conducting a public hearing in regard to fees.
Good morning, Chairman Euler, members of the board. Marshall Hopper, Assistant Chief Probation Officer. We're requesting that the board hold a public hearing and consider a fee ordinance adjustment regarding our change of plea report, our juvenile record sealments, our adult work release program fees, and our juvenile detention facility care and maintenance fees. Recent legislation, Senate Bill 676, allows for increased fee adjustments to reflect the actual cost associated with these services. In regards to the fee changes, the Probation Department has conducted a conclusive study and recommended the following changes pursuant to the new legislation. Increase the change of plea fee to $150. Increase the juvenile record sealment fee to $150. Increase the adult work release program fee to $20 per day. And set the juvenile detention facility maintenance and care fee at $30 per day. The impact of these fee adjustments is variable and it depends on the volume of services provided. Conservative estimates project revenue increases in the amount of $65,000 to $85,000 per year. Potential revenue services are also dependent upon the offender's ability to pay, as determined by revenue services through their financial evaluation system, otherwise known as UMCAP, the unified method to calculate the ability to pay. The proposed fee changes have not been included in the current proposed budget, and if approved by the board, these changes will be reflected in the final 2011 budget. Thank you, and I'm available for any questions.
Questions by board members? Okay, seeing none, this is a public hearing. We'll go ahead and open it to the members of the public who wish to comment on our consideration of an ordinance amending Section 40 of Article 2.124 of Chapter 2 of the Placer County Code, adjusting fees for criminal justice services relating to probation. Any members of the public wish to address the board on this item?
My name is Donna Williams, and I really hadn't expected to get up and even say anything about this, except that I just feel that there's a tremendous problem with how the public can keep increasing paying these kind of fees, and especially when you have people who already have a big problem in the first place, even trying to navigate through life, let alone go ahead and navigate increased fees when they muck up. I would be against any more increased fees for people already having trouble. We have a terrible time with our job market. I just think this isn't an appropriate time to raise this type of fee. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to address the board on this item? Okay, seeing none, we will close the public hearing and bring it back to the board for action.
Second.
Motion by Supervisor Holmes, second by Supervisor Montgomery. Everything that I said on the previous item, ditto to this one. All in favor, please say aye. 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 Opposed? None. Thank you. All right. We will let facility services take a moment, set themselves up. We're going to take about a 2-minute break so that we can devote our undivided attention to your item. Yeah. Make sure the 2 minutes. Wait the return of a couple of colleagues here. There's one. Yes, thank you. Okay. Let's go ahead and reconvene with the timely handling of our 11 o'clock timed item. This is in regard to facility services park dedication fees. Item A is description discussion regarding our existing park dedication fee program, and this item is for informational purposes only.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jim Durfee with Facility Services. As you noted, we have 3 items pertaining to the use of park dedication fees, 2 recommendations for appropriations of those fees. And this, the item in particular, the Hidden Falls Park, has generated a lot of public interest and a lot of discussion about park dedication fees, so we felt that in the interest of providing accurate information, it would be appropriate for us to give a briefing on the park dedication fee program in general, and we're going to do that first. With that, I would turn the mic over to our Parks Administrator, John Ramirez, and we have a number of staff members that are here to answer your questions as we go along.
Great. Good morning, John.
Thank you. Good morning, Honorable Board of Supervisors. As Jim said, we're going to run through an overview of the county's park dedication fee program. There's been, as Jim says, a lot of discussion among the affected communities with our following 2 park dedication fee requests before you this morning. And frankly, there's been some misinformation and some confusion about the park dedication fee program. So we felt it was important and it would be helpful to run through this PowerPoint program with you today. I'm going to be talking about the legal authority, who can collect park dedication fees, what agencies can collect them, uses, appropriate, inappropriate uses of the fees, and how the program is administered by Placer County. So first of all, the purpose of park dedication fees is based on new residential land uses in unincorporated areas of Placer County, and it's to serve needs generated for both active and passive recreation. We also need developers to mitigate their impacts pursuant to goals and policies of the county plan. Oops. Let me go this way. The legal authority to collect the fees, there's state laws, 2 different laws, commonly called the Quimby Act, Government Code 66477, and it's based on the cost to provide park land. And AB 1600 is what the following ordinance is commonly called. It's a Mitigation Fee Act, and it's to offset the cost for park facilities. So you put those 2 together, get your park impact fee or your park dedication fees. In order to implement them, the county had to put together legislation. That's what those next 3 ordinance sections are. The first one there covers building permits that are pulled for existing residential lots. The second one covers all subdivision projects. And the third county code that was approved covers those projects that have a planned development designation. So who can collect the fees? Under state law, again, the Quimby fees, they can be collected by cities and counties and subject to enabling legislation approved by the governing board. So cities and counties can collect the Quimby fees, and it's based on the cost to provide park land. AB 1600 fees collected by cities, counties, or districts, and there's an appropriate legal process that has to be followed. So it's not just ordinances. There's step by step that needs to be followed for cities, counties, or special districts to collect those fees. The bulk of the fee, by the way, is AB 1600 fees, the larger percentage. The basis for the fees, when Placer Legacy Program was first getting put together, there was a committee. That committee recommended the county pursue a study to review our park fee program and include passive park facilities as well as active. So Facility Services hired a consulting firm of Hausrath Economics Group in 2003, and supervisors approved the study that came out of that exercise and also approved the enabling legislation at that time. The basis of the fees, what the study looked at, existing facilities, service population areas, and again, we're talking about unincorporated Placer County, so we did not look at the city of Auburn, Roseville, and so forth. Just the outlying unincorporated areas, that's our service population. Facility standards, those are the standards that are contained in the county general plan, and the costs for constructing park facilities. All of that went into determining what the fees should be. Currently, the fees that went in 2004 adjusted by cost of living increases every year. July 1, they were adjusted again. These are the current fees. The Hausrath study determined there should be 3 different tiers for charging fees. So that's what's in place right now. So as development comes in, those are the fees that are collected. When are they collected? The Quimby portion of the fee, collected final amount. Again, that's the smaller percentage of the fee. And the AB 1600 fees are collected at building permit. So our park planner, Andy Fisher, works very closely with the planning department to make sure that those fees are collected appropriately, deposited in the appropriate accounts. County recreation areas, and this has frankly been one of the bigger of misunderstanding for people, because there's Auburn recreation districts, there's Board of Supervisor recreation areas districts, and then there's the county recreation areas. The county created 16 geographical areas. What those boundaries do for us, the recreation areas, again, they allow Andy to determine where those fees should go, to which area, and they allow staff to look at them to see, to help us determine there's a nexus for the funding and that proposed project. The recreation areas do not have any legal bearing. Again, they were just created by the county to help us administer the program. What can the fees be for? We can use the fees to maintain existing service levels. So per our general plan and the Hausrath study, 5 acres of active recreation per 1,000 residents and 5 acres of passive. The other considerations are the general plan thresholds or our standards for pools, tennis courts, any recreation facility, and they're all listed in the general plan. So that's an allowable use of the fees. For new recreation amenities, obviously, rehabilitation of existing can be used for that as long as it's used to maintain existing service levels. And what that means is that if your park agency has 5 acres of active recreation per 1,000, you can use the fees for rehabilitation. And again, active or passive is eligible, and it's only for capital costs. What the fees cannot be used for: maintenance, initial studies for a project, and also fix existing deficiencies. And what that means is that, again, if you don't have 5 acres of 1,000, if your park district has 3, that's as much as you can use those fees for. You can't use it to fix your deficiencies. So who can apply in Placer County? Any public recreation provider. Commonly, we have use agreements with schools and also with our partnering special park districts. Some of the park districts: Auburn Recreation District, North Tahoe Public Utility District, and Tahoe City. Those are the ones most commonly that we contract with for these fees. Major importance and a legal requirement is that there needs to be a nexus between people that pay the fee and where your facility goes. So we need to make a determination before we can even consider an application that the nexus requirement is being met. That's a legal requirement, and again, it's the basis for the park dedication fees. And what this it requires development really to pay for their fair share. So they're paying to offset the impacts to Placer County residents. They're not subsidizing. Existing residents don't subsidize new development. There's an application process that was put into place by the Placer County Parks Commission, and the commission wanted to be fair and consistent in how we consider applications for park dedication fees, so they spent about 1.5 years putting this program together. So the process, first of all, an applicant or prospective applicant will contact our office, talk to staff. We'll talk to them about what their needs are, determine if there's a nexus. And there's several other considerations. There's about 10 factors that the Park Commission listed have to be met. Maintenance plan is a critical important factor because we don't want to be putting money into a facility and then because of a lack of adequate maintenance, the facility runs down. And unfortunately, that is the case with some of the smaller districts that we sometimes deal with. So we need to be careful to review those maintenance plans. Then we get a formal submittal. Again, we provide an outline to the applicant. Fill it out. It's very similar to state federal grant programs. And then there's a whole public input process. The Park Commission wants to make sure that residents and affected citizens are aware of the proposed project. If there's any opposition, the applicants are required to go before a MAC or the Forest Hill Forum or advisory body in that geographic area of the county. That recommendation gets forwarded to the Placer County Commission. There's 7 park commissioners throughout the county. Again, they're an advisory body, and they take whatever is necessary to develop a recommendation for your board. The Board of Supervisors, you have the approval of for the funding commitment, and if we have an agreement, if we have funding going to an outside district, we require a use agreement to be put in place, and the board needs to approve that agreement also. Brief summary of the history. We feel it's been extremely successful. Sometimes, especially initially, working with newer groups, they feel entitled to the funding or whatever. But after a while, we've been able to develop very successful working relationships, and oftentimes the public recreation providers will become aware of other recreation providers in their district, and they work together. So we think that's been a very good success. We've been collecting fees for 31 years, and countywide, your board has authorized over $12 million for public park projects throughout the county. So, any questions on the overview of the park dedication fee program?
Questions by members of the board? Okay, Supervisor Montgomery?
There were a couple things I just wanted to touch on briefly that I wanted to make sure I understood. The Quimby Act funds, a special district could not access those, is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
But AB 1600, a special district, could access those?
That is correct. For example, Truckee Donner Recreational Park District has a pretty substantial by square foot impact fee that they charge. There's also 8 districts in Sacramento.
Yeah.
And if I could interject just briefly, you used the word access. The fees that we collect, those special districts could access those funds. I think what you're asking is, could a special district have their own, impose their own Quimby?
Thank you. That's exactly what I meant. And then special districts also can create their own assessment districts in addition to the AB 1600 fees. Am I correct in that?
There are processes that various special districts could go through in order to create a voter-approved assessment district. That's correct.
Okay. And it's possibly a little bit unrelated, but do we know what the fees are in the city of Auburn for park mitigation fees?
I do have that information. Bear with me a second here. $1,073.28 per lot.
1,000, I'm sorry?
1,073.
So
73.
Substantially lower than what the county has.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, can I?
Yes, please.
I'd just like to comment. I agree with the comments that Mr. Ramirez made. I'd like to clarify that it's interpretation of Government Code 66,000 at SEC that any non-general government agencies, or anybody other than the city or county, cannot directly impose the 66,000 fee themselves. Historically, in this county, that solution has been best observed fire fees. The fire districts do their nexus analysis, and then they come and present those fees to the Board of Supervisors, and the Board of Supervisors, at the request of the special district, imposes the fee. And frankly, I lose track of whether the money goes directly to the fire district or passes through our hands temporarily in the building approval process stage, but it moves on. And you will periodically see in your agendas updates for fees for fire districts for their facilities. I think we've done a couple already this year. Yep. And I have never seen a rec district present one of those, but
I'm getting old, I could have forgotten. They do have the power to do assessments, and they at one time had an assessment, which they repealed.
Other questions by board members? Okay. This is an informational item, and if there are questions that members of the public have to clarify anything that was presented, be happy to entertain those questions. We will not be taking questions as it relates to the specific projects that are going to be discussed under item 2 and 3. But if anybody has any questions, items B and C, anybody has any questions as it regards this presentation, they may ask those questions now. If you have a question as it regards this presentation.
Scott Holbrook, elected representative to the Auburn Board Park and Recreation District, but these are my own personal questions. John, do you know what the City of Rockland, the City of Roseville, or perhaps...
All your comments, questions?
I'd like to know what perhaps the City of Rockland, the City of Roseville, or other surrounding counties charge for these fees.
Okay. And then other questions, and we'll let Mr. Ramirez respond.
I agree with what Tony said on the thing. It's or county, cities, or some special districts can, but it's a weird process to do that. I'd also like people to know, are the levels that we collect in Placer County acceptable to them, or are they too low in their opinion? No, those are the main. My contention is that the fees that we collect in the unincorporated areas are much lower than surrounding communities, much lower than what we need, and the City of Auburn's are obviously well ridiculous. So.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Ramirez, do we happen to have, or Mr. Durfee, do we happen to have an understanding of what?
We don't have really up-to-date fees. The last time that we looked at from the county was 2004 when we did our house rat study. Truckee Donner was $2,623 per parcel. That was for their Quimby fee portion. And then they also have park mitigation fees, AB 1,600 fees, and those were 40 cents per square foot. So adding them together, they came out to more than the county's had. And we also have a breakdown of all these others, and I agree with Mr. Brook. They are higher in other jurisdictions that we looked at.
I would submit through the development process, we keep a fairly close tab on our neighboring jurisdictions and their fees, and the incorporated county fee is on the lower tier of those fees. We also have somewhat lower standards in terms of what we require, so the basis for those fees is different. The City of Rockland, Roseville have very urban levels of services, and therefore their fees are based on those types of services. Both of those areas are also recreation providers in terms of programs and so forth. So it's a little bit of an apples to oranges comparison.
Okay, thank you. Other members of the public wish to address the board on this item? Okay, we will wrap up the informational item. The board members, I'm sorry, Mr. Moyer.
Yeah, I would like to throw my 2 cents in, because I was a facility service director, as most of you know, when we went through this fee update. And I do want to acknowledge at that time it was a ironclad recreation impact fee study. For those costs, the building industry was participant, as was the Board of Realtors, as was some recreation advocacy groups. The fees that were recommended by the consultant were adopted by the Board of Supervisors after public hearings. I don't remember anybody attending those hearings supporting the county adopting those fees, though. It was not necessarily a fun-filled process, but even the BIA acknowledged that, and the Board of Realtors, that the quality of life in unincorporated Placer County was a selling point to them, and they had to pony up to the bar, in essence, to maintain that quality of life. So it was a 6-month process, asked for a lot of input, went to our Recreation Commission many times. As Jim has mentioned, we do not have pools, and we do not have indoor gymnasiums, and so we do have those cost centers like the City of Rockland or the City of Roseville do that attribute to their higher costs. Just thought history about how we went about updating that in the participation level and what it was based would be helpful to your board.
Great. All right, we'll go ahead and take up item B. This is a request for county park dedication fees in regard to a trail at the Recreation Park in Auburn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, I'm going to have John present the bulk of this information, but we do have a specific recommendation that your board approve and execute a use agreement with the Auburn Recreation District authorizing the use of county park dedication fees from Rec Area 5, which is the Meta Vista Auburn area, in the amount of $105,000 for a trail at the Recreation Park in Auburn, and that you approve a budget revision appropriating those funds. And this particular request from the ARD has been through the process that John detailed, and I'm going to talk about the specifics of the problem and then bring it back to your board for discussion.
Thank you. This request again from ARD is for paving a new asphalt trail at Recreation Park here in Auburn. It's located at 123 Recreation Drive near the intersection of Racetrack Street and Auburn Folsom Road. The trail would be 8 foot wide and provide a 3/4 mile loop around the entire 22-acre park. It would also connect a lot of the recreation facilities to each other, as well as restrooms and those type of things. In 2006-2007, ARD conducted a district-wide needs survey, and it was summarized in their 2000 ARD Strategic Master Plan, the results of that survey. They also held several public forums, and as a result of the forums and the surveys, it was clear that the constituents to ARD felt that the number one priority for ARD was to provide for trails and exercise pathways. They expressed the amenities, expressed the need for ARD to make trails a priority both now and into the future. Summarizing some of the results of the survey, the trails, 28% of the people selected trails, another 22% exercise pathways. Dog park was 11%, soccer fields 7%, baseball, soccer, tennis courts, and play courts were only 6% of the need that were expressed. So very clearly, trails were by far number one. The funding plan, I think, was really well put together by ARD. They're estimating the cost to be $368,257 for the trail. In their funding plan, ARD is going to contribute $113,257 from their own funds, reserves and general fund. Secured a grant for Land Water Conservation Funds, $107,000. So they're actually using proposed county park fees as part of the leveraging for a grant, which was, I felt, very attractive also. And additionally, the City of Auburn is contributing $43,000 from their city park mitigation fees. The city collects their fees and transfers them over to ARD for projects that their board selects. On June the 8th, 2010, North Auburn MAC voted to support this request, and then it went to the County Parks Commission on June 21st, and the Park Commission also unanimously recommended your board's approval. As of April 30th, the fund balance in Recreation Area Number 5 is $276,194. So if your board chooses to approve staff's recommendation, both to fund the trail and the subsequent request that'll be before you for Hidden Falls Regional Park, there will be sufficient funds in the Area 5 fund balance to fund both projects. So if there's any questions?
Questions by board members of staff. Supervisor Holmes.
John, the fees, according to your presentation prior, the fees are collected, county park mitigation fees are collected in the unincorporated part of Placer County.
That is correct, yes.
And we're spending $105,000 in the incorporated city. So is this a common occurrence? Do we do this all the time?
It's rather common in this area. The county, Auburn Recreation District, is the primary recreation provider within their district boundary. And again, the first finding that we need to make as a county is there a nexus between the people that paid the fee and the facility where the facility would be constructed, where the funding would go. And we've made that determination that people from unincorporated portion of Placer County do in fact go to Recreation Park and utilize those facilities. So that's why we've made the recommendation we did.
Supervisor Montgomery.
Getting back, just so I understand, to a point that you made earlier about the relative fees between Placer County and the City of Auburn, it sounded to me like the City of Auburn's were about a third
Correct.
of what we collect.
Right.
So under this proposal, if there were equitable contributions to it, the city of Auburn, if we were contributing about $370,000, the city of Auburn would be contributing about $120,000+. Is that correct?
I haven't done the math, but it sounds correct.
And they're contributing $43,000?
$43,000, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, the fee in Placer County, again, for a single-family dwelling unit is $3,920.
Okay.
And the fees charged by the city of Auburn is $1,073.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no other questions by board members, any members of the public wish to address the board on this item? Please.
Just to want to clarify something, we did do a...
For the record, your name, please.
Scott Holbrook.
Thank you.
We did do a needs survey. It was no way or means a scientific survey. And yes, our community does consider trails very important. It wasn't that what should ARD spend their money on. That was not the question asked. And obviously, the Auburn State Recreation Area has thousands of acres of open space and hundreds of miles of trails, which, you know, are all very important to this community, and we support trails greatly, but that's not what the survey said. Keep in mind that the bulk of these fees raised come from areas such as Atwood 2, which is off of Atwood Road. The primary places where these folks are going to recreate is at their main recreation center. Our main gym is in Rec Park. Our baseball fields, all the Little League fields are in Rec Park. This encompasses all of Area 5, be it the organized sports, the adult sports. This little pathway is going to be similar to the ones we have at Meta Vista Park and other parks, where ADA accessible, everyone can use them. It's going to give more access and everything. It's a great project. It's going to serve it. We're going to get hundreds, if not thousands, of people from the unincorporated areas using this. As far as balance, once again, most of the growth in the area, most of the funds have come from high-density subdivisions in the unincorporated area.
Thank you. Any other? Yes, please, step right on up.
Hi, I'm Cale Muscat. I'm the district administrator with the Auburn Recreation District. And I just wanted to add on just what Scott said really quick. And yes, the park is in the city limits, but it gets used by people from all over the Auburn area, including the unincorporated area. It's the main Little League fields, the high school's field. The pool is used by folks from all over the area because it's the only pool in the area. So there's, while I'm sure plenty of people coming in from the city, there's lots of people coming from North Auburn because that's where the facilities are. And it's just that simple. And I'd like to reiterate what John had said, is just that, we received unanimous support from the Placer County Parks Commission and the North Auburn MAC, and we're just looking forward to support from the Board of Supervisors. Thanks.
Thank you much for being here.
Good morning. Good afternoon. I'm Gordon Ainsley, and I'm a resident of Meta Vista and also a member of the Board of Directors of Auburn Recreation District. The value of this trail, what makes it special is that it's for people who are totally deconditioned and have serious health problems. I mean, not that they would be the only ones using it, but for someone, say, who has diabetes, who has trouble knowing where their foot's going to land, they need a very predictable surface. And at this point in our district, we have two places where people like that can go. One is in North Auburn, one is in Meta Vista. And for the people who live like in the Bowman area, it's surprising how small the city of Auburn is. You go out, actually, the Shockley property that we were recently given is in the county. It's not in the city. That was really a surprise to me. It's going to be serving county people. But I supported this, even though it's a very expensive way to put in a trail, because it's for the people who need it the most, the people who haven't exercised. Basically, they've ruined their health and they want a second chance. And I think we should give it to them.
Why do I feel like you're addressing me when you...
I was trying to...
I feel like personally afflicted here.
Everybody.
make eye contact with anyone.
Now, did you feel a persecution complex?
Thank you, Gordon. Anybody else wish to address the board on this item? Okay, seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board for action.
Approval.
Second.
We have a motion by Supervisor Holmes, second by Supervisor Montgomery to approve the item. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? None. Thank you. And item C.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The final item concerning park dedication fees in front of you this morning is a couple of specific recommendations concerning Hidden Falls Regional Park. First, we're going to be recommending that your board approve a budget revision appropriating county park dedication fees in the amount of $150,000 from Rec Area 5, which is Meta Vista Auburn, $109,000 from Rec Area number 6, which is the Lincoln area, and $46,000 from Rec Area 15, which is the Ophir Newcastle area, appropriating those funds to the capital projects account for the Phase 1 expansion improvements at the Hidden Falls Regional Park. And secondly, administratively, we're going to ask that should your board approve those that budget revision, that you also approve expenditures between July 1, 2010 and the adoption of the 10-11 final budget for the Hidden Falls capital project. That's simply an administrative action that allows us to spend money prior to adoption of the final budget. We've prepared a presentation concerning both the project and how the monies would be expended. I'm going to turn the microphone to Andy Fisher, our senior parks planner. He's the most conversant with this project. And again, we have a lot of staff here to answer questions as we go along.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'd like to give you some orientation toward Hidden Falls Regional Park and what these fees would be used for if approved. If my works. There's the request itself that Mr. Durfee just iterated. Moving on to orient you to what the park is. It sits between the communities of Auburn and the city of Lincoln via Atwood Road and Wise Road. It's off of what becomes Mount Vernon Road, about 3 miles west of Highway 49. You can access public parking off of Mears Road and Mears Place. In the broad context of what we call the Big Hill area of Placer County, there's a lot of other things going on out there in terms of open space and preservation. You can see Hidden Falls on the map, which is 1,200 acres. Some other open space, publicly held or private land trust held opportunities and ownerships in the area. The Placer Land Trust either owns in fee or in conservation easement an additional 800 acres to the north and east. We've received grant funds from Sierra Nevada Conservancy to study opportunities for trail connectivity between these areas. There's also an option that the Placer Land Trust has to purchase 2,500 acres of the Bruin Ranch by this December that they're working very diligently on, so you can see the opportunities, if that comes to fruition, be trail connection from Hidden Falls Regional Park all the way to the Bear River and back. So that really, that broad vision kind of approaches what's gone on, what the East Bay has been working on for the past 75 years, and is very exciting to us. Just some pictures of the park itself. We have a very faithful volunteer base. This was a single-day group sponsored by REI, a group that came out to work on trails in June. Recently opened Falls Overlook Deck. That's the first of 2 that would be out there ultimately. Some pictures of the type of variety and scenery and habitat that's out there right now. I wasn't the photographer. It's been rumored that the fly fisherman may be Supervisor Wygant. We haven't confirmed that, but we also have golden eagles out there among the variety of habitats. The folks who monitor that have told us that a couple others fledged this year. That picture was taken a couple years ago it was a rehabilitated golden eagle that was let go out there. You can see the parking area, the existing parking area that you can use off of Mears Place today. You can go out there. We have parking for equestrians and for automobiles with restroom facilities, and those would be expanded, as I'll mention in a little greater detail in a minute. To talk a little bit about how Hidden Falls, what the role of Hidden Falls is in various plans and policies that are adopted throughout the county. The Placer County General Plan calls for 5 acres of active and 5 acres of passive recreation, of which Hidden Falls is a component of that passive recreation. The Auburn-Bowman Community Plan is the nearest community plan to Hidden Falls Regional Park. Specifically, that plan realizes an unmet demand of 41 miles of trails, and specifically encourages trails to access major ridgetops, riparian corridors, and oak woodlands, which is exactly what Hidden Falls Regional Park is full of. John Ramirez talked about the connection to Hidden Falls and the request before you today and our county code section 153410, which is the park fees, so I won't labor that again. I did want to talk a little bit about Placer Legacy's Open Space and Agricultural Conservation Program, which is an implementation measure of the county's general plan open space element. The Placer Legacy program, adopted in 2000, excuse me, am I missing? What am I missing? There it is. Recognize that in the lower Sierras there's a limited passive recreation, including hiking, biking, equestrian, picnic grounds, interpretive materials, and access and parking, as opposed to the eastern Sierra that has more of the national forest trails and access. One of the objectives of Placer Legacy specifically was to develop one or more large regional parks over 300 acres in a rural foothill setting to serve South Placer residents and provide passive recreation opportunities. So Hidden Falls, from its inception, from its acquisition, has had that directly in mind to fulfill that objective. We've talked some about survey results from local surveys that have been conducted by Auburn Rec District to surveys at the state parks level. We find that in each of these, trails and open space rank at the top of the list for user demand. Show off our new map that we have on the website right now. If you go to the department list of our county homepage, you can find this very quickly under Parks. If you're going to visit the park, this will show you the trails that are already out there right now. There's about 7.5 miles of trail to be used, and this will show you how to get to the falls as well. Hidden Falls Regional Park was made up of two former cattle ranches. The first one was the Didion Ranch, which is the portion of the park, the eastern portion of the park, 221 acres, that's open to the public today. The subject of the request before you today is the development of the western portion of the park, which was the former Spears Ranch, which would add an additional 979 acres and roughly 20 more miles of trails to what's already out there for you to enjoy today. So if you like what's there now, you ain't seen nothing yet. It's quite a lot more to come. 1,200 acres total. A little bit about how we acquired Hidden Falls. Spears Ranch, purchased in December of 2003. The purchase price was $3.5 million. We occasionally get folks who say, I heard it was given to you. It was not. It was purchased by Placer County, by your board, with major funding from the Placer Legacy Open Space Trust account, which is a general fund account, plus additional private and public grants making up that $3.5 million. The Didion Ranch was purchased in 2004. Again, it was purchased, not given, at a purchase price of $767,000 from the Placer Legacy Open Space Trust Fund. I'm going to talk a little bit about the project features. These are each of the three remaining phases. After this, I'll talk about what's included in the phase that concerns us today funding-wise, but this is everything that we have planned out at Hidden Falls. We would add 14 miles of trails and we would rehabilitate 10 additional miles of existing ranch roads. Expand the parking lot, which on many weekends, particularly in the better climate times of the year, our parking lot we're finding is overflowing. So we would add from the current 50-space parking lot an additional 25 paved automobile stalls, an additional 12 equestrian stalls. A new parking area in a future phase off of Garden Bar Road to serve the western portion of the park. Additional restrooms. We have 3 bridge crossings planned, 3 major bridge crossings over Coon Creek with the addition of some other smaller timber bridges. The expansion of accessible trails, of which one is in the background of this picture, which also served as, as Mr. Ainsley said previously, some of the folks who are not quite as fit or just want to be able to get out for a short jaunt in the morning, something like that. So we really value that part of what can be offered out at Hidden Falls as well. Picnic areas, fishing access. We don't impose any other fishing regulations other than fish and game rules, so the creeks and Hidden Falls are open for fishing. We also believe that Hidden Falls is a great way to educate as well as recreate, so we intend to develop a vigorous interpretive program. A Nature and Cultural Education Center, which your board approved the application of a grant for just over $5 million a couple of months ago to State Parks, who's offering a nature education facility grant program. We'll find out later this year or early next year if we're successful in that, which would accelerate the delivery of the Nature and Cultural Education Center. We'll be back to your board to update you on that as we find out. Fire suppression facilities include over 120 acres of shaded fuel breaks, funded mostly by a generous grant from the Sierra Nevada Conservancy. We also, in addition to the fuel breaks, also have hydrants, water storage, and some more centralized type of fire suppression facilities near our parking areas. Disc golf course, and a few of these following items are more disclosure than what we're planning on funding. They were things that were in our environmental impact report as allowed uses. The disc golf course, which we're not asking for funds for today, but is an allowed use, as well as film and theater production, which has gone on out there already. Excuse me. And once we have a staging area on the western end of the property, we would like to be able to host events of up to 200 people per day, in addition to daily park users. So that would be something akin to a cross-country running event.
And Andy, I wanted to interject just for a moment. There was a lot of discussion about the parking lots. I can assure your board that our plans for the parking lots aren't based on observation of how busy or not busy the parking lot is. There's a pretty exhaustive study of the needs in the EIR and the conditional use permit for the park. So what we're proposing to construct in terms of parking is in compliance with those documents.
Thank you. And then phasing. The issue before you today is solely revolved around Phase 1, which would complete the trail system, bridges, picnic area, interpretive elements, expand the existing parking lot, not build a new one, and the Nature Education Center, pending our success with the grant, would fall into Phase 1. We hope to deliver those by 2012. Those are some key dates according to the grants that we have that provide major funding for these facilities. Phase 2 and Phase 3 are similar. They would provide that additional staging area on the end of Garden Bar Road. The difference between the two phases is whether or not equestrian trailers could be used out there, and that equestrian trailers would require a higher level of improvements to Garden Bar Road. So those two phases kind of go together. We don't have a schedule. We don't have funding. At this point, nor have we sought it. We do have, with our design consultant, we will be able to come up with a general cost estimate for those phases, and so be able to return to your board before we ask for direction to move forward with an expectation of what those phases would cost before we embark on them. A little bit about the budget on the top. What will it cost to do all this? Phase 1, again, oriented around Phase 1. You can see a cost of $4.595 million. I'll make a little bit of commentary on these line items. Trails and amenities are not just the grading of dirt trails. They also include in that item the road restoration, another falls overlook, picnic areas, the parking expansion, signage. So there's a lot packed into that $1.1 million. I think the first question that came up is, are trails, dirt trails really that expensive to grade? And that's a good question. It involves much more than that. On the revenue sources, I want to point to the grants that we've successfully secured, $2.673 million in grants, coupled with $1.4 million in county general funds from the legacy account, provide the bulk of the funding, $4.595 million. Employee giving generously has come up with $19,000. Previous park dedication fees that have already been allocated, that's $100,000 from the Lincoln area, $53,000 from the North Auburn area, and then the request before you today would complete the funding package for this expansion. $150,000 from Auburn Meadow Vista, $109,000 from Lincoln, $46,000 from Ophir Newcastle. We talked a lot about districts and boundaries and what they all are, and here's a graphic here. I just wanted to show you how all that intersects. The green lines are the supervisorial district boundaries. So we have District 5 to the east, District 3 to the south, and District 2 to the west. The boundary runs right down the middle of Hidden Falls Regional Park, which you can see outlined in red here. The hash marks are the Auburn Recreation District boundary, and you can see that they're similar. If you can see the legend over there, the pink is Area 5. So the Auburn Rec District boundary is very similar to did I say that right? The Auburn Recreation District boundary is similar to our park dedication fee boundary, number 5, but our fee boundary is slightly bigger, which extends into Hidden Falls Regional Park. You can see that the fee areas we're requesting funds from today are the areas to the east, to the west, and to the south. Actually, the parking area is within the Ophir Newcastle area, but the bulk of the land mass is within the Lincoln and Auburn areas. Before we got here today, we did go to many of the MACs and the Park Commission. You can see a variety of input that we got from the different MACs. When we go to the different MACs, we ask them only for a recommendation on the fees coming from their area. So Lincoln voted in favor. North Auburn MAC voted against fees coming from Area 5. Ophir Newcastle voted against fees coming from Area 15. Meta Vista MAC in March voted against fees coming from Area 5 and then asked to rehear the item just a couple weeks ago in July and voted in favor of the fees coming from Area 5. The Parks Commission was asked to make a recommendation on all 3 requests and voted unanimously in favor of these requests.
Andy, I'd like to make a point at this point in time. I get asked a lot on this issue of the MACs and the MAC recommendations. Why is it sometimes do I come to the Board of Supervisors with a recommendation that differs from a MAC recommendation? And I wanted to assure both the public and your board that Facility Services has a great deal of respect for the process and for the MAC recommendations. But we recognize that the MACs represent a very distinct constituency, and recommendations such as these from time to time represent a much broader constituency, and that's simply the case in this particular case in point. While we respect the position that the MACs that voted against these recommendations take, it's Facility Services' position that our recommendation represents a broader constituency. That's all.
Thank you. And as I wrap in respect for time, a couple of more items. The impact on those different accounts if this request is approved today. You can see the beginning balances in, and this is as of April 30th, 2010. I will note that the present balance in Area 5, $206,194, if the request is approved, would leave $126,194, except that the previous request was approved, which would drop that by another $105,000, which would leave $21,194 in that account. Since April, I think about that much has come in again. I would estimate there'd be $50,000 there now, or slightly less. Funds are continuing to come in, although slower than at our peak. Finally, a little bit of the historical use of the different areas. In Area 6, how we've used these over time. You can see that in the Lincoln area, Area 6, county parks and the city of Lincoln have a roughly equal amount of those park fees for our various projects over time. In Ophir Newcastle, the county itself has used very little of those fees. You can see that Newcastle School for Elementary School and Delaware High School have shared the bulk of those fees over time. And then in Area 5, and I assure you the small pie has no implications, it was purely a technical glitch. You can see that Auburn Rec District has received about 75% of the fees over time. Placer County has used about 20%, and the remainder has been used by grants to Placer Nature Center and High School. So with that, I will just reiterate the fee recommendation and turn it back over to Jim Durfee.
Thank you, Andy. I won't belabor the point by repeating our recommendation. Point out that in the project list that just flashed before you really rapidly, if you look at those, you'll see that the vast majority of the monies that we've spent out of the fee program have been spent on active recreation facilities. While we have used fees to some extent on passive facilities, vast majority of the monies countywide that we have spent have been on active facilities. With that, I know we have a number of people that wish to address your board on this issue. I have staff available to answer any questions that you may have, and I would turn our recommendation back to your board for consideration.
A couple questions. I believe Hidden Falls, as it exists today, you said has about 7 miles worth of trails. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And I think in your presentation you outlined the total acquisition cost of the two parcels to be roughly $4.3 million. Yeah, 3.5 for one, and then 767,000 for the other. And that's general fund dollars.
And some grant monies, but correct. It was predominantly legacy funds and general fund monies.
Okay. The improvements that are out there right now, those were funded how?
We do have a breakdown of that, I believe. They were primarily some grant funds, and there were some park dedication fees that were expended. Overall, the park dedication fees are about a 10% piece of that bite. Do we have a slide on that, Andy? Do we have a slide on how that's
I don't. I apologize. It was predominantly legacy funds with a small grant of $46,000 and a smaller amount of park dedication fees.
Okay. And then we're looking at an additional $1.4 million in this request of general fund dollars.
That's already appropriated.
Okay. But already appropriated, but that would be in addition to what was spent in the acquisition cost?
That is correct.
So with that 1.4, we're closing in on $6 million in general fund dollars for this project.
That is correct.
And just out of curiosity, off the top of your head, some of the projects, the park in the Franklin School Park down in the Loomis area, general fund dollars on that one?
Zero. That was all park dedication fees.
The Feist Park?
That was a combination of park dedication fees and local assessment fees.
Right, because Granite Bay
so no general fund money.
Because Granite Bay approved their own local assessment for parks.
That is correct.
For our area. So when we start hearing things about equity between districts and those kinds of things, looking at $6 million in general fund, which is dollars that could be spent in any one of our districts that are going already to this particular project, and none of the facilities in my district have received general fund dollars. I think that we've already addressed the equity issue, in my opinion, as it relates to this project. I'm supportive of what's been done out there thus far, but I think that needs to be kept in mind when we start talking about dedication fees from particular districts and what does and doesn't go. So, Supervisor Montgomery?
Yeah, I had just one clarifying question, and then I'm very interested to hear what the public has to say. How much passive recreation do we have? It's supposed to be 5 acres per 1,000 people, is that correct?
That's the general plan standard, and I'd turn to John or Andy to answer the specific question.
Don't have a specific response for you, but when the house rat study was done, it looked at public recreation providers providing recreation for residents in unincorporated Placer County. That included schools. They were given credit for providing recreation because schools aren't always available to the public. Also included Auburn Rec District facilities that serve unincorporated areas of Placer County. And in adding in all the properties, the house rat study determined that there was a minimum of 5 acres per 1,000 existing for the public of both active and passive recreation.
So we are actually currently meeting our
We are meeting at
goals.
agreement, yes.
Great, thank you.
Supervisor Holmes?
Oh, it's my recollection that Sierra Nevada Conservancy granted us quite a few dollars, $1.5 million for hazardous vegetation.
Specifically, $506,000, and that was for our vegetation management plan, fire risk reduction. They've also granted us another $140,000 to study trail connectivity between our property and the Placer Land Trust property.
Any other questions by board members before we open it up to the public? Okay, seeing none, any members of the public wish to address the board on this item, please step forward and...
My name is Ron Gilman. I'm kind of halfway between the public and staff.
Okay.
I'm chairman of your Parks Commission.
Yes, sir.
And we normally deliver our recommendations to your board in writing, but we felt so strongly about this particular issue that I wanted to come here personally and deliver. And as you know, the Parks Commission was established by statute for the very purpose of making recommendations to your board on issues and matters involving the Parks Department and the parks in Placer County. So, as you also know, this particular transfer request generated a considerable amount of public interest, and so on April the 13th, our Parks Commission held a meeting and had public input into this, as follows the little pattern that was shown on the screen here. And the difference between the MAX recommendation, as Jim pointed out, and the parks is that we look at the whole county, not just the individual recreational districts. So, we had a meeting, and we went to a larger room. Unfortunately, the room wasn't nearly large enough. We had about 150 people come, and they were standing room only. There was 28 people testified, and as you can imagine, there was a diverse of testimony given, but there was one unifying fact. Every one of them supported our park system here in Placer County, regardless of which side they were on this particular issue, which says a lot. So, in our deliberations, after our public input, we took several factors into consideration. First of all, that the park dedication fees can only be used for capital expenditures. Secondly, there has to be a nexus between where the fees were generated and where the fees are used. These fees that are being asked to be transferred come from 3 recreational districts that are all within, to varying degrees, Hidden Falls Regional Park. So the nexus was very clear there. Now, you can make the argument that the nexus is a lot bigger than that, and it is. I mean, we had people testifying at our hearing, or our meeting, that there were some people from Nevada that had used it for horse riding. There were people from Sacramento. They came from all over Northern California. But the reality is that it gets the most use from people in Placer County, obviously. Also, these funds will make improvements that are required for us to have. They'll make improvements in public access that are required for us. Otherwise, we could be putting some of our $2.7 million in grant funding at risk. So you can almost say this is a leverage for other funds that are being used. And then, as was mentioned earlier, public surveys have always shown in this area that trails are a high priority, and that's what this is going for. I thought my pseudo-staff thing would keep the timer off, but it didn't work. So at the conclusion, as I've shown up there, our Parks Commission voted unanimously to support this. And like I said before, I came down here. We usually just send a memo supporting it, but I came down here to express our interest in this thing going forward. Thank you.
Thank you for your participation. Let me just, if I may briefly, by way of a show of hands, approximately how many folks think they want to comment on this item today? Okay, we do have a good number of you. I'm going to ask that we try to stick to the 3 minutes. Our board started 9 o'clock this morning, and we still have a lot of stuff left on our agenda, so if you could please try to respect the 3 minutes, and we'll get everybody that wants to be heard will be heard. Please, go ahead, sir.
Honorable Board of Supervisors, my name is Jim Nieto, and I reside at 350 Riverview Drive here in Auburn. I'm the father of 2 children, aged 10 and 17, and I urge each of you to vote against the proposal to allocate $150,000 in developer fees from the Meadow Vista, Auburn area for the Hidden Falls Regional Project. As the principal of a local high school, I'm familiar with the positive impact that the recreational programs offered by Auburn Recreation District have upon the children of our community. The use of these local funds for a regional park in the disproportionate manner in which it currently is being proposed will have a negative impact upon the youth here in the local Auburn area. I am a soccer dad, and I have the opportunity to visit the recreational facilities that are available throughout our county. We play in Rockland, Roseville, Granite Bay, and throughout our region. Many of the facilities are newer and of a higher quality that enjoy than those that we enjoy here locally in Auburn. Their developer fees have been put to good use. I ask that we here in the Auburn Meadow Vista area be allowed to put our recently collected fees to good use as well. I have here in my hand the Summer 2010 ARD Activity Guide. I fear that by using these locally generated funds for the Hidden Falls Regional Park, that the result will be either fewer offerings, higher fees for participation, or other similarly negative impact upon our ARD programs. On a final note, I would like to invite each of you to join some parents from the 49er United Soccer Club at a sod party to be held this afternoon at 5 p.m. at Railhead Soccer Fields. As you may know, these fields are a joint effort by ARD, Placer High School District, and the 49er United Soccer Club. We work together to maintain this field. I wonder if Granite Bay soccer dads have similar sod parties. Thank you for your consideration and your support.
Okay. If you folks want, you're going to go ahead and just establish a couple folks in line to queue. That makes it easier, so just come on up, and next couple of folks might want to go ahead and just take up position behind her, and that way we'll just get our queue going. Go ahead.
Hello, my name's Annette Nylander, and I appreciate the opportunity to address you. I'm here as a supporter of the Hidden Falls request. I have been involved with Hidden Falls, since its early inception stages, going out there as a volunteer worker. I ride my horses out there periodically, and I'm also involved with Sierra College and have done a lot of educational activities throughout the years, work with youth through the Girl Scout programs, et cetera, do historical training, do reenactments, historical reenactments for children and so forth. And the opportunities that will be presented through the Phase 1 completion just can't be found anywhere else in this area. So I really hope that you, even though we have spent a lot of money, realize that by supporting and continuing to develop this property, we really can turn it into the crown jewel that it was intended to be when you spent the first dollar. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yvonne Lewis. I live in the unincorporated area of Auburn, but I'm down in Newcastle. And my objection is to the monies taken from the Ophir and Newcastle area. The school districts down there had already had a project going on it. The MAC group said no, because they support their Newcastle and the Ophir schools to do the parks and the recreation for the students at the schools.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is J.D. Miloslavich. I represent the Action Coalition for Equestrians, which is based in Meta Vista. We represent about 40,000 equestrians across the state, but we're based right here. This is home for us. I wanted to thank Mr. Ramirez and, of course, Andy Fisher for putting on such an extraordinarily wonderful presentation and doing all the work that they have done over the last several years in obtaining the grants, raising funds, and doing everything they can to make sure that this park, the Hidden Falls Regional Park, the jewel of Placer County, goes forward in the plans of which Placer Legacy wanted it to. This particular grant that they're asking for today, allocation of funds they're asking for today, is the leverage of which over $2 million extra dollars come into this county. How this money comes into the county is from state and federal funds that get spent here. You talk about job creation, you talk about money coming into this county. I think that the Placer County Parks and Grounds particularly have brought in more money for this park than anyone else has even thought of. This particular park is utilized, of course, regionally and from people that are outside the area as well, but is mainly used for right here, close by, because it is such a beautiful park. It is used by hikers, equestrians, fishermen. It's used by dog walkers, by ADA folks. It is used by everyone, and it is across the board the most popular park in the county. I think it's really important that these particular funds be allocated so that we can leverage them to get the millions of dollars into this county, and that we can continue to go forward to expand this park, hopefully through Phase 2 and Phase 3. It is so important that the jewel continues to shine. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Sheila Morless, and I wasn't planning on speaking today, but I just want to say ditto to everything that JD said. And actually, I was just looking at this paper that Gordon handed out, and I live in Rockland, and I wouldn't mind using some of my tax dollars for this too. I like this breakdown here, but in either case, I hope you do agree to do the addition to Hidden Falls, and I just want to thank you very much.
I'm Jerry Scribner, President of the Western States Trail Foundation, and here in support of the proposal. We obviously need regional parks and we need local parks, and everybody in here is in support of parks and in support of working together. This is just a huge, tremendous opportunity for our area and for the county, and I think it was very significant that we had quite an extensive hearing at the Planning Commission, and it was unanimous to go forward with this proposal. I'd just like to say, in terms of cooperative working relationships, we at the Western States Trail Foundation and the Run are very supportive of the Auburn Recreation District. We work closely with them. We put about $20,000 into Placer County trail system that both of the Run and the Ride and everybody else uses. The Run and the Ride together contributed $10,000 to putting in a new building next to the skateboard park. We're working with ARD, and we put about $20,000 into the Beacons parcel. So I want to counteract any impression that we just want to spend taxpayer dollars, for the benefit of equestrians. We're all in this together. But this is a regional proposal. It's a terrific proposal, and I hope you'll support it, go along with the unanimous vote of the Commission. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Candy Koss-Turbard. I'm president of Dry Creek Estates Property Owners Association. We're in the far southern western area, and I was privileged to work with John Ramirez quite a few years ago to develop a park plan for our area, which is supposed to be a little regional park, and we talked about it's not in yet because the development went, but we are going to have soccer fields there. We're going to have a horse arena. We're going to have baseball diamonds, everything for urban recreation. But we have 2 miles of trails. So please take all my funding that you're not using and put it here, because you're talking about losing possibly $2 million worth of grants in order to support this project. I just find it incredible that you would even consider that possibility. I have to drive 34 miles to Hidden Falls, and I do it usually weekly, sometimes bi-weekly in the winter because it's a facility that is open. When I am there, I have my little horse trailer, maybe 2 horses, and I have counted 10 to 15 to 1 people using that trail versus the horses. Last weekend when I was using it, actually last Monday, so you're talking a weekday, I'm a teacher so I happen to have the day off, there were 12 cars in the parking lot. None of those cars had single people in it. They were all multiple use, usually couples, families using that trail, and there were 2 or 3 horse trailers. So it's not just equestrians. It is hikers, bikers who have used those trails very well with equestrians, and opening up 900 acres. That's phenomenal. So we really, really need all of you guys' support. And like I said, take my money. Thank you.
My name is Ruth Sorensen, and my husband Kurt and I live in rural Lincoln. We're at Hidden Falls probably twice a week when the weather is a little cooler than it has been the past week or so. We take our horses there. We also use our own legs occasionally and hike. And first of all, I want to thank everyone who has had anything to do with creating this wonderful park, because it is such an unusual gem, and I just can't thank you enough for making all this possible. But I want to say that in my observation, we have almost never been there, that there haven't been people with strollers, tiny kids carrying babies in backpacks or just carrying them in their arms, that there haven't been groups of elementary school age children, high school kids, young families with young children, and then it's widely used by seniors, both for riding and for just hiking. And we happened to have been there on Father's Day when there was a family having a Father's Day picnic. The eldest father being honored was in his 90s. He was in a wheelchair. And when we were getting on our horses, he said, "Wait, I want to see horses." So they wheeled him up to the equestrian area so that he could pet our horses. My point is that this serves such a wide range of people that no matter what use you're being asked to consider, you would never cover the wide range of people you would in a park like this. So again, thank you for having made this possible, and I hope that you will expand it.
My name is Jeff Cowan. I live here in the Auburn city limits, and I work at Placer Independent Resource Services. We provide services to people with disabilities and seniors. My concern is not whether y'all are going to fund this or not. It seems pretty clear it's going to be funded. It's where is the money going to come from? What we haven't heard yet is what's going to be impacted in the ARD system by the disproportionate share that you're asking from them. What kind of project are we talking about here? Are you going to be asking ARD what the impact's going to be on their programs? It looks like there are some accessible programs that are in the works that are going to be impacted. There's no increase in accessible recreation with the Hidden Falls Park. So I think that we really have to look at, is there enough accessible recreation in our county? And I would say the answer is clearly no. Is that something that the ARD could use the money for if they're not hit so hard? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, again, other folks that are interested in speaking, if you would please go ahead and queue up, that'd be helpful.
Hi, my name is Irv Mazer, and I live in Nevada County, and I'm very hungry, so it'll be short and sweet. Just want you to know, Nevada County really hasn't got a park such as yours. My horse is at the Hidden Ranch, and I'm sure there's at least a dozen of us that come over and Hidden Ranch because it's a great facility. And the tax dollars that come to Placer County because of your park is unmeasurable. I don't know, what we spend, gas, food, and everything else, but it's a great park, and I think if you can elaborate on it, expand it, and put all the money into it, I think you'll be happy. Well, I'm going to go eat. Thank you.
Go ahead, step on forward.
Good afternoon, Tyrone Gorey from Meta Vista. My comment is I work with a lot of youth in Meta Vista. I'm a counselor for youth. I would do a lot of native programs for youth. And everybody who's commented about this wonderful park, they all drive their car there. And my understanding is that park modification fees are designed to assist the people in that particular area. I do not know one child in Meta Vista who has access to Hidden Falls Park. In fact, I talk to almost every kid that is currently cutting through my property to get access to the Bear River. I've asked them about Hidden Falls, and none of them even know what Hidden Falls is. And they also know that there is no park, a real strong usable park in Meta Vista, because currently D has no programs in Meadow Vista, except for the fact that One River Medicine, my business, is currently conducting almost all ARD programs in Meadow Vista. With that being said, there are programs for kids in Meadow Vista, and basically from District 5 up. Placer Legacy has done a great job, but you'll find that there's nothing north or east of Auburn that Placer Legacy, and there's very few. There's Powell entrance, but they've concentrated completely in the south part of the county. So it's a very unfair amount of funding. And if I had $6 million, I could build an awesome facility anywhere. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, once again, I'm Cale Muscott. I'm the District Administrator with the Auburn Recreation District. And a couple things out first. I don't think there's anybody here with ARD, or anybody in this entire room, I don't suppose, who's opposed to Hidden Falls as a project. We all think it's a wonderful project. Two of the biggest trail advocates in Placer County sit on the ARD board. Gordian and Jim stepped out. Jim probably went for a hike. I think Jim already know those trails, the trails in Placer County better than they know their own homes. So state that we are not opposed to Hidden Falls as a project. We think it's wonderful, and it gets used by us and by our staff. Joe goes out there frequently, and he keeps about his leash the whole time, I can tell you that. In an effort not to some of the arguments that have already been made, I just wanted to summarize ARD's main points, that Hidden Falls is a regional and should be funded with regional funding mechanisms. The $150,000 from Area 5 represents a significant amount of money in that fund. And 3, ARD is governed by locally elected officials who should be the final say on how locally collected funds are spent. In summary, I'm asking that the supervisors please reconsider the current request for funding and not use $150,000 of Area 5 park development fees for Hidden Falls. At this point, since I have the microphone, I'd like to just take the opportunity to speak about where we go from here. Because from where I stand, I can forecast this is going to continue to be a problem. And so I'd like the supervisors to consider a couple of suggestions. The first suggestion is to advocate for some form of long-term agreement between ARD and Placer County. Currently, ARD creates a 5-year capital improvement project list, or a CIP list, and plans on a certain amount of money being available to get the projects done on that list. When the money is then taken and used, I shouldn't say taken, when the money is used for other projects, that leaves ARD scrambling to fill the void. There's no way for us to plan on future projects for the residents in our community. The second suggestion is to consider increasing the amount of park development fees that are collected in Placer County. This is kind of what we talked about earlier. ARD is contracted for a nexus study a couple years ago, and results show that the amount of money collected by Placer County is less than half of what should be collected. No one likes to be the person asking for extra fees. I get that. We all get that. However, when the discrepancy between what is collected and what is so great, I believe it's time to reconsider what is required to properly mitigate the impacts of the new residents in our area. For your time, and I look forward to discussing some of these suggestions.
Thank you. Sir, please. How many other folks still wish to? Okay.
Jeff Foltz from the City of Rockland. I'm here to support the transfer of funds to complete the project at Hidden Falls. I note that only about 10% of the impact fees or the fees collected or for this project at this time collectively for the $4.5 million project. I note the Auburn Recreation District also has the opportunity to create a program to come before the board to create a fee structure if they want to have those fees collected similar to AB 1600. That's something that they might also want to consider in terms of this program. The fees that were collected were county fees. It was a program that this board put together that saw fit to collect fees for this community, and that's an important concept. You stepped up to the plate and said, we want to create fees a number of years ago for recreational opportunities. All of us, City of Rockland, Loomis, Roseville, RDA, all have those opportunities to do the same thing. This board, I think, made a great commitment many years ago in seeing fit to fund Hidden Falls. It's a great, as someone pointed out, a great jewel for this county. We have a great opportunity because there's additional properties adjacent to this where we can get additional connected trails. Nevada County, the Nevada County Land Trust, is also looking at property on the Bear River side. What a phenomenal piece that would be if we could connect all those pieces someday. and have this great eastern side with all these trails. Your board saw fit many years ago to set that up, put those pieces together. Let's not lose that opportunity and continue on with making a great facility for all of us here in Placer County. And I encourage you to fund the project. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Donna Williams, and lived in Placer County for about 40 years, and probably can say an extraordinary volunteer. I worked in both the state and the county parks, and really have gotten an opportunity to see the really great diversity we have in recreations that a lot of people have brought up. I do some volunteer work over at a local Placer County park, and one of the things that I see that's absolutely phenomenal and just continues to innovate me to become a volunteer and to help out with where our people are the diversity of the people that come, whether they're teenagers going down fishing, whether there's senior hikers out there, whether there's families. So our park system is so important to some of the little subtleties that so many times across the board you don't see. They're so important to us, and the ability just to go out there and walk and be on the trails, since I love trails and worked a lot on the trails, is something unique that we can give back to our culture, and I think that's one of the real important things that you see that can happen here in Hidden Falls, is that you have such a range of influence when you have so many senior citizens in Sun City, and I'm a little surprised maybe they didn't know the meeting was today and to what importance it is to them. As I understand, Sun City has a big volunteer group over there. So that's it, and that's where you encompass the whole culture by expanding and providing that type of thing. And I know Kirk Euler probably would be aware of the money that they had to spend and go ahead and do their Granite Bay Parks. At one time, by being behind the gun, in a sense, you had to pay a lot more money in order to get that land to put those parks in. And I think you have to behoove it to where Granite Bay decided to go ahead and form their own park districts. So I know that the funding is very difficult to come, and you don't want to raise those, and I agree with it where everybody's having a problem. But I think that when you look at something like Hidden Falls, you see something unique that you can give to a broad span of people and really add significantly to just the pleasure of your people. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Kurt Smith. I'm an elected member of the Auburn Recreation Board. I prepared my speech to show up and say good morning. Well, maybe it's good afternoon. I want to say that through the dialogue that's gone on prior to this meeting, I myself have learned a great deal about how the county operates, how this whole situation is affected by rules and by regulations, and I think it's been a very positive experience, at least for myself, in that regards. I know a lot more now about the process than I did 60 days ago. Most of all, I probably I don't want to repeat what Gail has had to say, but pretty much everything our district administrator says, I agree with. This is unfortunately, in my eyes, become an us against them situation to a lot of people, and it's not. I think the Hidden Falls project is a fine project. I think it has a lot of benefits. My only reservation or objection or comment is how it's going to be funded, specifically the $150,000 that's coming out of Area 5 mitigation fees. We have submitted our 5-year plan. We've showed the projects that we are planning on, going along with the county's way of doing this. When we have a major project, we start planning on it, but we wait till the fund balance to the point that we can come forward and ask for funding for that project. Unfortunately, it appeared, and I underline appeared, that when this funding was put together for Hidden Falls, it appeared we had no projects pending to utilize that money. It's only because we were waiting till it got to a point where there would be sufficient funding to cover a major project. I would like to ask that the Board of Supervisors reconsiders this $150,000. If we have to, if we need to support the Falls project by contributing a prorated share of the funding in the Area 5, I support that. I just think the $150,000 is an inordinate amount of money to be taken out of just our area. There are many areas that will benefit from this regional project. I would hope that you reconsider or that you consider this alternative to the situation, and I would like to also emphasize what Gail said. In the future, it would be nice if we had a little more definitive process so that we wouldn't have to go through these kinds of things. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Jim Ferris. I'm an elected member of the Board of Directors of the ARD. As a founder of a group called the Canyon Keepers that some of you are familiar with here, including Jim Holmes, I'd like to make a more subjective statement from my standpoint about the use of the $150,000 of funds. There is absolutely no question whatsoever, I think, in the minds of anybody in the audience here today that Hidden Falls is an incredible resource for our county. I was invited originally for the opening ceremony of that, and it was a very, very moving and rewarding experience. I've spent a lot of time there personally hiking, a little time biking, and it's marvelous. Like the Auburn State Recreation Area, it will attract hundreds of thousands of visitors. ARD does not itself attract hundreds of thousands of visitors. It appeals to a broad audience, and it's an audience that does extend beyond our immediate district. But District 5 funds, $150,000 of those funds, in my opinion, could be far better spent within our own district than they could be on continuing this project. The project will get continued. I'm absolutely confident that the Board of Supervisors can find a way to fund it without taking the $150,000 from ARD at this time. We can put it to much better use at ARD, in my opinion, than it will be spent just continuing to fund your project in the way in which it's planned. And I appreciate your consideration of that thought. Thank you.
Once again, I'd like to reiterate, this is not about open space, trails, or hidden falls.
Name for the record.
Scott Holbrook.
Thank you.
Is that a requirement, by the way?
Yes.
Okay. I'd be here just as much if it was a regional sports complex. Kirk, unfortunately, yes, Placer County is united in their general fund portion of this. Someone in Tahoe is paying as much general funds as someone in Granite Bay. But as you clearly see, Rocky, Kirk, there's people from your district here that are clearly going to use that. For you two to not have any mitigation fees coming from your areas is flat out wrong. It shouldn't be. I respectfully disagree with Mr. Durfee's, assessment of the validity of a MAC decision. I'm hoping every one of you will appoint representatives to your advisory committee that represents the community. As such, Jim, every single one of your MAC members voted against taking this money. The majority of Jennifer's MAC members voted against taking this money. The O for Newcastle, 100% against it. In addition, you also have representatives in Area 5, such as the Auburn City Council. Unanimous, please don't take these funds. This is going to be a huge hit on ARD. Right now, there's a $140,000 application, if you approve this, that could not be approved for major renovation and rehabilitation of the Meta Vista community's main field. As county staff has said, they're going to find other ways to fund this if you don't get this mitigation fees. You have we have a little $4 million budget. The impact on this is going to affect everything from ADA projects to pathways to everything. I mean, we are the active recreation provider. You don't have an active recreation fund like you have a legacy fund in the county. You're not out there providing active recreation facilities within Area 5. Okay? That's what the voters got the Auburn Recreation District. Support Area 5 residents. This is to address the impact on development within Area 5. Okay? The nexus Hidden Falls by an impact when you have the Auburn State Recreation Area, it's a real stretch. The impact's going to be on our Little League fields, our gyms, our exercise pathways, our senior facilities. That's where the impact of this development is. You two need to support your community. Vote no, send it back to Jim, and find a fair way to fund this project. If everyone chipped in a little, we wouldn't be here. Do the right thing.
Thank you. Go ahead, ma'am. And then how many others? Mr. Ainsley, I believe, will be our last one then.
I'm Claudia Booth. I represent Meta Vista Trails Association as well as my own personal plea to you as the Board of Supervisors in supporting the Hidden Falls expansion project. The type of the park is not the issue here. How the park's going to be used by the public is not the issue here. The issue is the grants. Those grants are lying on your shoulders, whether you vote for this funding or not. There's other projects that could use the money, but they're not ready. They're not at a state that Hidden Falls is at. It needs this to close in order for this park to become useful for the public further. You saw the parking lot empty. That's not the way that parking lot looks. You saw the ratio from the cars to the trailers. There is more cars out there than there are trailers. You go there with a trailer and you've got a car in your spot. You don't go to Hidden Falls. You find somewhere else to go. That's where you want to go. As Meta Vista, we do not represent equestrians. We represent hikers, bicyclists, and equestrians. We do not want these grants to go by the wayside. Right now, we want these grants to be saved, and the only way to save them is for this funding to come through. So we're asking for your support for this funding to go through and let these grants go. We have already approval for the track park, which is great, fantastic. We need to get Hidden Falls closed and done and get that opened up. And as someone else said, Nevada County is looking at more property. We're opening that up huge. Just looking at the map, it's massive. We moved up here because of that opportunity, that type of opportunity. We left San Jose, San Francisco. We left those cities for here. They have plenty of city parks. We left them. We're not against the city parks, but we see a point where now this park is going to could possibly lose funding in grants, which is free money to us. Do not lose our free money. Vote yes for the funding. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so one other gentleman and then Mr. Ainsley. Was there anybody else? Okay, the next gentleman, Mr. Ainsley, will close it out.
I'm Joe Fecco with ARD. We've heard several people say that the funding will be lost if you don't approve the $150,000. The county budget is about $750 million, I believe. This is $150,000. Our budget is $4 million. $150,000 impacts us tremendously. We have ADA issues. We just got a bid from an ADA compliance company for $50,000 to do the review, to do the studies for ADA, not to do a ton of shovel, to do the studies for ADA. That's how non-compliant we are. Again, $750 million, $4 million. I don't think the county will let any grant money go away for $150,000 if you find it within your own budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ainsley?
Hi, I'm Gordon Ainsley. I live in Meta Vista.
Auburn City Councilman Keith Nesbitt just asked me to mention the fact that there's no development going on in the city. So there really isn't any funding for all of these things except from the county. What I wanted to point out is that you have all seen this. This is my proposal for how I think it should be fairly funded. And I'm certainly open to, a little maneuvering here and there because this was just my estimation. But also I handed this out to everyone here today. And I just want to point out that you haven't heard anyone say there's anything wrong with this. There's nobody who's been opposed to their district having money taken out to support Hidden Falls. However, you have heard people from Area 5, and I don't know what the area is for Newcastle, but 16, well, whatever. Okay, they have said, please don't take so much. And so I'm wondering, why would there be any question about which way to go? Because you do hear people say, don't take so much Area 5, don't take so much Newcastle Ophir, and the alternative is to take from West Placer and Rockland, Roseville, Loomis, and Granite Bay, and those people have actually said, please take our money. So I'm asking you, how could there be any question? It's a pretty easy solution. I'd like to make one correction to something the county parks has said, that historically, and of course it's true, historically 75% of mitigation money has gone to ARD. However, in the last 5 years, I'd like to point out that that's 65%. It keeps going down. And so we're a little bit in a herd as far as mitigation goes. Now, what could this money do? I've proposed that only $75,000 be taken from District 5. What if ARD got that remaining $75,000? Well, I've been pricing a trail for the Shockley property with Randy Martin, who is Trailscape. He puts it in with machines. He's known for his artistic ability to put in trails. He says he can put in a 2.2 mile trail there for $25,000. Now, I don't know how much the county is going to require of us in terms of parking lots and bathrooms and things like that, but hopefully not more than that much too. I'm thinking we can get it in for $50,000, and for $20,000 we can get all of the preparatory work ready to have grant-ready proposal for a trail on both sides of Rock Creek, right behind Rock Creek Mobile Home Park, between Highway 49 and Dry Creek Road. That's what we could use that for. And so I ask you, since there is nobody saying, don't do this, and you have people from your district saying, do this, I ask you to do it.
Thank you, Gordon. Okay, with that, we'll go ahead and close public hearing, bring it back to the Board of Supervisors. Supervisor Rockholm, I see your light's on.
I had a question, Jim. It was my understanding, or at least I think it was, that this money cannot be used to refurbish fields that are in poor condition or poor repair.
It can't be. Excuse me. It can't be used to make up for maintenance deficiencies. It can be used for rehabilitation as long as what you're doing is maintaining your parks acreage with it, in terms of maintaining the ratio of parks to residents. So that issue gets confusing. I think what's important to remember is that the money cannot be used for deferred maintenance or maintenance activities. Rehabilitation of an old, aged out, worn out facility is an applicable use as long as what you're doing is maintaining your ratio of acreage to residents.
And I just had one other comment. The lady from the Dry Creek area, the Dry Creek Park hasn't been built yet, and there's still not enough money to build it. So we don't have any money to put into this pot, so to speak.
Supervisor Holmes.
Yeah, Mr. Derby, there was a photo of the REI group that did some volunteer work out at the park. Do you have any idea of how many other groups and how much time is spent volunteers that maintain that park?
I think I'll let John and Andy fill in the details, but we have a number of groups that are routinely and actively out at Hidden Falls Park. REI is certainly one of our major partners out there. I think it was also mentioned that Del Webb, Lincoln Hills, there's a group, very active group that's out there virtually on a weekly basis. We recently actually had a church group that had a major event out there, had several hundred volunteers one day working. So it is actually, it's one of our facilities that generates a huge amount of interest from a volunteer basis. And John or Andy, I don't know if you wanted to expand on that or not, but...
I'd just add to that the Folsom Auburn Trail Riders Action Coalition, which spent a lot of time out there. REI organizes, it's not their own staff, they help organize and have sign-ups, and so folks come from all over the area, and they've done that annually for the last 3 years.
And the Placer Legacy funds are paid for out of general fund that all members of Placer County, all taxpayers in Placer County contribute to.
That's correct.
As well.
Jennifer?
Mr. Chair, I'd ask you to indulge me a little bit. I've made some written comments. I've been grappling with this issue for, I believe it's 6 months now, when this was first brought. Looking at the timeline, I'd forgotten it was quite that long that we've been dealing with this. And in that time, I've had a lot of contacts with the public, members of community parks associations, members of trail associations, and so I had a lot of thoughts swirling around in my brain, so I put them down on paper just so I could try to stay on point. So I'm going to just start by reading this. I'd like to first start by thanking our Parks Department for working so diligently to find ways to fund and improve the park at Hidden Falls, because obviously we can all agree that it is a valuable county asset that serves a large portion of the area population, which includes hikers, bicyclists, equestrians, bird watchers, flower lovers, runners, anglers, and others from throughout the county, and yes, indeed, the region, which is a word that keeps getting tossed around. Hidden Falls is the acknowledged jewel of our county park system. Many people have used that word here today, and it should be supported by the county whenever possible, and it should be supported by this board whenever possible. So I do want to say that in the lead up to the decision that we make today, whatever that decision is, I have been very troubled by the controversy that's been manufactured by some members of the Auburn area who feel entitled to county park fees mandated, levied, collected, managed, and allocated by Placer County. Let me be very clear. These are Placer County monies that can be shared with other local agency partners to fund infrastructure projects. Do not have to be. Let me reiterate that these mitigation fees are not predestined for any specific entity or any specific project and cannot be used for maintenance. I've heard from members of the public for and against the county's proposed funding plan for this existing county park. The one recurring theme that I hear from people in support of the allocation and opposed to the allocation is that Auburn Recreation District has many parks that are failing and that this money is needed to repair those parks, to do deferred maintenance. Let me remind you that those who share that view, by law, we cannot use these funds for maintenance. We refer to Hidden Falls as a regional park, and in many ways it truly is. However, we have other regional parks in the county, and I don't recall ever hearing members of the Auburn Recreation District Board showing up advocating for spending local monies from the Auburn area in other areas of the county. Perhaps in the future, I look forward to some members of your board doing exactly that, because if there were regional parks, we're regional parks. I am very disappointed by the unnecessary polarization and politicization created by this request. And I want to specifically thank ARD Director Gordon Ainsley, who made the effort to come sit down to people, work through the problem, and come up with a solution that is one of potentially many solutions that could address this funding issue. There are, of course, many ways we could fund the Hidden Parks expansion. Not all of it makes sense either fiscally or logically. I have my own suggestion, which I believe will be a solution that will serve the need to both fund hidden parks and retain some monies within the special park districts. So this is a compromise that I'm proposing. This is not a winner-take-all situation. This is a compromise. So my proposal for a budget revision would be that we use some additional funds from the Legacy Fund and some contributions from 5 of the area park districts. So my criteria on the park districts was, 1, they have to have money available in their funds. So that excludes Loomis Basin and Granite Bay, which have $0 available. They haven't had their monies already earmarked, essentially, for parks expansion, which is the situation really out in Dry Creek and West Placer. That's a park in the books. We're still trying to gather up all the monies for that, but we know the project, we're moving forward on that. And 3, they have some sort of logical geographic nexus to Hidden Falls. So my proposal would use funds from all 5 of the supervisorial districts and would truly create a regional approach to Hidden Falls. So what is my proposal? Is that we use $100,000 additionally allocated for Placer Legacy, recognizing that Placer Legacy has already primarily funded this park, and those are regional monies that we have all paid into. And then we use $80,000 from the Auburn County Park District. We use $70,000 from Lincoln, $35,000 from Ophir Newcastle, $15,000 from the Roseville Park District, and $5,000 from the Rockland Park District. That gets us to the $305,000 we need in funding to obtain these matching grant funds. This compromise will allow the county to retain the balance of the currently available funds in our districts for future park projects. Additionally, I would ask that any money left over after the Hidden Falls project is completed go back to their original park districts again for future county park uses. I see this as a win-win proposal that will allow county parks dedication fees to remain within their district and will allow all 5 supervisorial districts county mitigation fees for future projects. So I would ask for support of the board for this motion. I think it's fair. I think it's equitable. I understand that Supervisor Euler may have a different definition of equity than do I. Equity is in the eye of the beholder, but I think this is a proposal that will work, and it makes sense, and it can be supported. Thank you.
Supervisor Rockham. Excuse me, I'm Wagon. Sorry.
Are you sure?
Pretty sure.
Just kidding. Earlier this morning, Supervisor Holmes referred to me being around for a long, long time. He referred to the 80s, and I hope he meant the 1980s and not the 1880s, but I want to check on that. But I guess might be getting a little testy as I get older, but I think... Earned the right. Thank you. And missing in this is a significant amount of perspective, so I want to address that, because I think there are some longer-term resolutions that are necessary here as compared to far too much organization that I think has come to us today. So first of all, there was reference made to the fact we haven't made any open space legacy investments in the eastern part of the county, and it's just absolutely not true. The county was a small partner in funding Schellenberger Ridge, which is now a state park. I think that's about 1,200 acres. We were the major funder of Wattle Ranch, and that's about 1,500 acres. A small park that's open, a county-owned park completely, is Gould Park on the Yuba River. Those were all in the eastern part of the state. So that perspective, I think, should be taken into consideration. And then I think it's important to remember that over the total amount of time we've been in this business, 75% of the county's park dedication fees, not ARD's park dedication fees, but the county's park dedication fees have in fact gone to ARD projects. I think we shouldn't forget that. And having been around for so long and being here when the Hidden Falls Park started taking form of the county, it's probably important, I think, to talk a little bit about how important this was to all of the board members at that time, and I'm the only one of which is still here. But we actually first bought, Andy did a great job of talking about the history, but we actually first bought the Spears Ranch, which is not the part that's open yet, but will soon be opened when we allocate these funds. And we actually didn't know how we were going to even access the property. It didn't have great access. But the board felt so strongly that we bought it anyway, because the vision of what is out there is so grand. And when hearing some of the testimony today, it actually was a good feeling to hear all of that, to see how so many people have enjoyed the park in the way that fulfilled our greatest expectations. Didion came to us afterward, and it just made all of the pieces fit together serendipitously, and again, the board acted on that. With that, with this particular project, and similarly in the past, of the funds that staff is recommending we spend, 30% have come from the county's general fund through the Placer Legacy Open Space Reserve. It's important to keep in mind that the board for the last 2 or 3 years have not made any additional contributions to that fund under current budget stress of our own. 57% of the monies have come from grants that, again, are at risk for not being matched. A total of 10% of the monies have come from all of the rec areas in the county, of which our rec area 5, or the boundaries that are pretty much the same as ARD's, are a third of that. A couple of good comments that I heard today, and I think we should take advantage. There was a discussion about partnering, and I think looking into the future and for the long term, and I think that's a good idea. I think the partnership ought to include the City of Auburn, the county, and ARD. And I think it's great committee assignments for Jennifer and Jim, so they have something more to do. Currently busy, but glad to help out where I can. But the first question I think everybody ought to ask is, are we charging the amount of monies we should be charging for parks programs, and is there parity, equity amongst all of us? Are we all doing basically everything that we can, regardless of the political consequences? And lastly, I'll finish with Gordon's recommendation and Jennifer's modification of it. I think it's a good idea. My problem with it today, and I think it's one of the things that maybe we could talk about in a longer-term time frame. I live in rural Lincoln, and I had somebody stop by my house one day who was asking where the falls were, and at first I didn't even know what he was talking about, but it became clear that he was talking about Hidden Falls Park, and he was from Sacramento, and he was up there with his whole family. It was his birthday. He was the father. So it was pretty cool just to experience that. And you can argue this regional thing. Obviously, we don't have the authority to get any money from somebody in Sacramento. But the county, I think, clearly with the funding that we've done, has invested regionally in this program. And I guess we could talk about different iterations or variations on that today for 4 or 5 more hours, but it's late. And I think staff recommendation is good. It's close enough, and I think these greater regional perspectives are something that should be in play for a longer, more permanent, higher quality, more regional solution. Frankly, representing the rural Lincoln recreation area, my staff was enthusiastic, or excuse me, my MAC was enthusiastic about investing their monies even at a higher rate than Gordon and Jennifer had proposed, and I'm pretty excited about it too. So with that, unless anybody else has any further comments, I would recommend that we adopt a staff recommendation regarding these questions.
And I'd second that.
Okay, motion Wygant, second Rockholm. Just briefly under discussion, this concept keeps coming up about regional. How do we address the regional implications of this? And I thought it interesting that the first gentleman that spoke on behalf of the soccer club made mention of the fact that his soccer club plays at the Granite Bay facilities and plays at the Roseville facilities and the Rockland facilities. And I don't recall anybody up here paying for Granite Bay. Granite Bay decided to assess themselves in order to build our facility down there. In anticipation of this item, over the weekend on Saturday, I drove out to a county facility at Sterling Point, our equestrian staging area at Sterling Point, that the county operates on. It was built along with the development of that subdivision. And there are 5 people in various forms of staging. 3 of them on their way out, 2 coming back in. The 2 coming back in were from Newcastle. The 3 going out, 1 was from Loomis and 2 were from Applegate. So when we start talking about, regional this and Folsom Lake State Park is the most used state park in the entire state park system in California, and the vast majority of that impact is right in my district. And it's a wonderful thing. It's a wonderful amenity that we have, and I don't begrudge it, but it's a little tough to start talking about regional fair shares when we are a very transient community. We do move about and take advantage of the facilities where they exist. I, like a couple of my colleagues, am a bit troubled by what I've heard today and in the press that there seems to be a parochial interest in these dollars that the county has collected because the county established the fee program. The county took the heat for it. Every time a development program comes along, or a proposal comes along, we're the ones that sit here and take the hits, and yet when it's time to spend the money, that's a result of us instituting the fee and then approving the developments. All of a sudden, it's not our money to spend. How does that work? The $150,000 that we're looking at combined from these or from the area, it's 2.5% of what the county spent out of our general fund. 2.5%. So I appreciate the need to provide recreational opportunities. I sympathize with the ARD folks who are in the position they're in without having some kind of a funding structure to provide their ongoing services. Our staff has been willing to make themselves available. They will continue to work with you to solve that problem, get you guys self-sufficient so that you can provide these things yourselves outside of the county's scope. But while the situation exists the way that it exists today, I think it's important for people to remember these are county dollars. So I am happy to support the motion as it was made in that regard. And since there are no other lights on, we'll go ahead and let's do a roll call on this, please.
Weigand? Yes. Rockcomb?
Yes.
Holmes?
Yes.
Montgomery?
No.
Euler?
Aye. Thank you. All right. We have a number of department head items that we will be taking after we will adjourn for closed session and lunch, and then come back for our department head items. You want to?
The board will now go into closed session and take up the items on page 4, item 13. There's 3 litigation matters, 2 anticipated litigation matters, and labor. Be back shortly.
I'm going to rattle somebody's cage in the video. Let them know that we're going to go.
Okay, so we've lost.
There we go.
Can I go?
What about Jim? Is he going
Let me
to?
report.
Yeah, we're I'm gonna turn my phone. We're going to go ahead and reconvene our meeting. Board of Supervisors. Supervisor Rockholm was absent for the remainder of the day. Supervisor Holmes had a 3 o'clock meeting he needed to step into quickly. May join us, may not, depending on how long the remaining items go. At this point, we will report out closed session.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The board has returned from closed session, taking up the on page 4, item 13. With regards to the first litigation matter, Balke versus the county, the board received a status report on that matter and gave direction to council. With regards to items B and C, Hall versus Placer County Sheriff's Department, DeWitt versus County of Placer, the board received a status report, has authorized the defense of the county in both of those cases be assigned to the county counsel's office, and that the appropriate individual named defendants be defended by the county counsel's office with standard reservations. Under conference with legal counsel, there were 2 anticipated litigation matters. One of those matters was discussed and direction was given to counsel. On the second matter, a more extensive conversation took place, and the board has been authorized counsel to proceed with the possibility of proceeding with litigation. Conference with labor negotiators was occurred. I guess there was brief discussion about DSA. Primarily was about PPO. The board met and received input and gave directions to its negotiators, and that closes this report.
Thank you very much. All right, we will continue our agenda with our department head items. Item number 7 is a request from Mr. Bogan to approve the award of a blanket purchase order on a San Diego County competitively awarded contract in the amount of $300,000. Is there anything that's not contained in your staff report you feel necessary to add at this point? Any supervisors have any questions on the item? Yes.
One question. I know that originally when we went to the disposable trays, it was because we did an analysis of what it cost us to have the permanent trays and wash them. When was the last time that we did that?
Did I just hit this?
Yes.
We actually are doing that again, and it still is weighing out that we're ahead of the game financially to continue with these trays. With us going to South Placer, it's really being considered, especially with the company we're doing business with. They are continuing to want to raise their rates if we don't piggyback on the San Diego contract. So I've been doing an analysis to study where's the breaking point. Mm-hmm. Where is it more cost effective for us to go back to disposable trays? And in doing so, we have discovered that we're still coming out far ahead to continue with the trays because of the impact on the officers' time, my staff's time, not having to increase our staffing because we would have to increase inmates into the kitchen to manage this, reusable trays, the safety factor. The other factor with us having to really go to a green-type product at South Placer, it's a product that's going to work really good within that program. So the benefits to it, as well as the cost savings between work comp, everything else that plays into it is still significant.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. We know what the ultimate solution is, edible trays.
Well, you know, we need a patent to come out that would let us do that.
Once we have the edible trays, then we solved all the problems.
That would be really nice.
It's called taco shells, right? All right, do we have a motion on item 7? We have a motion, Supervisor Montgomery, second by Supervisor Wygant, to approve item 7. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And item number 9, similarly, Wes, is there anything that you want to add that isn't in your report?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. One item.
Okay, would you press your microphone, please?
Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, one item I would like to add on page 99 of your staff report. There is a section of the code just above the number 2. It ends with E. I have an insert that I'd like to give to the clerk, and I have copies for each of the board members. I'd like to add item F, which simply says security for monumentation as required by the Subdivision Map Act, Section 66496. The intent of this part of this change to the code is to reduce the requirements for security for parcel maps in what we overlooked was this small section of the map act says we must take security for monumentation. So with that one change,
And monumentation means signage? or
actually, the
something?
surveyor setting the property corners.
Oh, okay, okay. Huh? Okay.
Pin in the ground.
Okay, thank you.
So with that, unless the board has questions.
Okay, questions by board members? Seeing none? Motion Wygant, second Montgomery. All in favor, please say aye. Aye? Aye. All in favor? Aye. Robert? Yeah, okay. No opposition. I didn't assume there was public here to speak on that item. I apologize. I probably should have just checked. All right, really, let's talk about this one a little bit.
All right, Mr. Chairman. For the record, my name is Rui Cooney. I'm the Program Manager for Placer County Office of Emergency Services. The item before you asks that your board approve an amendment to Chapter 9, Article 9.32, Part 4 of the Placer County Code regarding the readopting the county hazardous vegetation abatement program. I want to remind the board that in the readopting of the hazardous vegetation abatement program, we're still readopting it as a pilot ordinance, so there will not be a change there. And the ordinance that's before you continues to be focused on the geographical area from the prior year ordinance, which is Eastern Placer County and specifically the districts of North Tahoe, North Star, Squaw Valley, and Alpine Springs. As your
That's what I thought. Alpine Meadows, right?
I apologize. Alpine Springs County Water District
Okay.
is the physical district boundaries. But yes, it is Alpine Meadows is the community.
All right.
Yes, ma'am. As your board is aware, this hazardous vegetation abatement ordinance and the purpose is an extension of Public Resources Code 4291. And it has been and will continue to be used as a tool that can be applied specifically to unimproved properties adjacent to improved properties where there's an extra hazardous vegetation condition and a significant risk, fire risk, to the improved parcel, again, adjacent to the unimproved parcel. The ordinance continues to encourage property owners to work cooperatively in those instances where you have an improved parcel adjacent to an improved parcel. The ordinance continues its due process, so that nothing has changed as it relates to that and the amendments. And if I can, I'd like to just briefly discuss where there have been changes in the ordinance that's in front of you. While there are many changes, there are three primary substantive changes. One of them, and all of those are as a result of lessons that we've had from the past 3 years. The primary changes are in the inclusion of CEDRA, specifically as it relates to the administrative processes related to, one, administering a hearing body for due process, two, as it relates to administering the abatement process and holding the funding associated with doing that abatement, and then three, going through the administrative process of recovering costs post-abatement as necessary through a lien process or addition to property tax as necessary. That process, CEDRA has been very involved in the rewrite of this ordinance to include them into that process, and so we believe that will be a significantly more stable model going forward with the hazardous vegetation abatement ordinance. The other changes are costs that the county could recoup were capped in the original ordinance. They were capped at $500. That is no longer in the ordinance. The ordinance seeks to recover full costs of county staff for that abatement process. So not only the abatement process, but also the staff time necessary to administer the hazardous vegetation abatement ordinance. So that's another change. And then lastly, the last change that's in here is relatively small, but it's important as well. It The ordinance adds a pre-abatement and a post-abatement inspection requirement that is added to the fire warden function, which, as defined in the ordinance, the fire warden function is any fire chief or designated representative from any of the affected districts. That pre- and post-abatement inspection is very important as it relates to evidence gathering going forward, and certainly protecting the county's interests related to funding. So those are the three primary substantive changes from lessons from past years in implementation of the program, and those changes have been written into the ordinance that's in front of you now. There is no, from your approval, there's no impact to, or no impact to the general fund. Your board already authorized $200,000 in a revolving fund for the purpose of funding abatements. That funding still exists. It is in Cedar's control today as we speak. We don't see any change to that through this coming fiscal year as it relates to the implementation of this specific ordinance. So subject to any questions that you might have, that it concludes the primary changes that we're looking at for the ordinance.
Okay, questions by board members? I have two. First, this is the fourth action we've taken on this. We started in 07. We've taken action every year since then.
Third, actually. This is our third extension.
7, 8, 9. This would be... Do we establish it in 07? I thought it was like October 07 we established it. And then 2 subsequent votes to extend it.
That's correct.
8 and 9. Okay. When does a pilot ordinance become a permanent ordinance? We keep referring to it as a pilot program. At what point do we just say, this is it, we're moving?
I think that's something that your board will ultimately tell staff we're past the pilot phase. I will tell you, Chairman Euler, that we are still learning in implementation of this ordinance.
Okay.
And I will tell you that there are other ideas that are being brought forward as it relates to this ordinance from the public, and as we bring this out and roll this out going forward. Some of those ideas have merit, and absolutely we may want to consider them, and we may want to consider how we phase those ideas into the pilot ordinance as we go forward. I do believe there is advantage, this staff speaking obviously, I do believe there is an advantage in maintaining a pilot status on this ordinance until we feel that we've got this settled about where it should be. There are a lot of models, not only just in Placer County, but even around us as well. And I'm not going to say that those models are right for Placer County or not. I think really that's something the community will decide.
Right. And then we have focused always on unimproved parcels adjacent to improved parcels. Would it require legislation to modify, to enable us to extend it to improved parcels adjacent to improved parcels? Or does the board have the authority, should we so choose, to extend this to improved parcels?
The board could, what you're describing as a general weed abatement program, as an example, and the board has absolutely the authority to head off in that direction in a general weed abatement ordinance if in fact that was something that the board decided that we wanted to do. So the board does have the authority in this particular case.
And in your conversations with fire districts on the west side over here, has that come up?
It has.
Okay. And what's the general sense of the fire chiefs that you're dealing with?
It does vary. I know that Tony Corrado's interested in a general weed abatement program.
Right.
I think that he's very interested in seeing something along those lines. I believe Forest Hill has some similar ideas. The difficulty is figuring out the implementation, because you've now opened up the numbers of parcels subject to inspection substantially.
Right.
Just to give you an example, in North Auburn we have 7,000 parcels. 1,000 of those 7,000 are unimproved parcels in Zone 193. So it's a relatively smaller subset when you're only focused on the unimproved parcels, a much larger if you're talking about improved parcels. We headed off in this direction because many, not all, many of the unimproved parcels were owned by absentee owners. And that's what we experienced certainly on the east side of the county. I don't know that we'll experience that same thing on the west side of the county.
Supervisor Montgomery?
It may be premature to ask this, but is it your expectation, because I know we're looking at some sort of similar pilot program here on the west side, that we will have two separate models for pilot programs, one for the east side and one for the west side?
That possibility does exist. I think that I'll probably take, I know I will certainly take input from the public and from the community as we move that forward. I'm absolutely sure I'll get some guidance as to how that is going to be shaped. I'll take the guidance and we'll see how it turns out.
All right. Absent any other questions or comments and any public input, then, all right. Motion Montgomery, second Wygant. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye opposed? None. Thank you very much. All right, moving on to item 11, Health and Human Services, Children's System of Care.
Good afternoon, Chairman Euler, members of the Board, Richard Connect, Children's System of Care Director. I would respectfully refer you to the printed material before you, and just to reiterate that this is a culmination of 5 years of work with public-private partnership to create a freestanding nonprofit for our tribal families. The SMART policy, local bench officers are thrilled with the early outcomes, and we would value your support. Total dollars are $414,492, if I can read my writing, and I'd be happy to take any questions. There are no county general monies used here.
All right. Questions on this contract by board members? Seeing none, any members of the public? Seeing none, pleasure of the board.
Second.
Motion by Wygant, second Montgomery. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, none. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
11B. I'm guessing it's you.
Yes, sorry. Maureen Bauman, Director of System of Care.
Since Rich is getting him walking away, I'm guessing it's you.
Maureen Bauman, Director of Adult System of Care. I think it's fairly well stated in the material that you received, but I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, any questions on this contract under 11B? And no public comment, so.
Move approval. Second.
Motion Montgomery, second Wygant. All in favor, please say aye. Aye, opposed, none. Thank you. 12.
Do you want to take a break before the next?
Yeah, we'll take a 15-minute break. We'll stretch our legs.
Yeah, we have a spreadsheet to go over with you for the next one. Yeah. Barbara Vasada, Administrative Services Manager with the Sheriff's Department, and Captain Harris, South Placer Substation Captain, Commander. The board item is a second of a 3-year renewal, and everything is included in the board item if we're available to answer questions.
Questions on either the contract with the town of Loomis or the city of Colfax? Because if not, we'll take a motion to approve them both.
Move approval of items 12A and B.
All right, motion by Montgomery, second by Wygant to approve our contract extensions with Loomis and Colfax for sheriff's protection. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? None. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. I think that wraps us up. So we'll adjourn until our next regularly scheduled Board of Supervisors meeting in, what, 2 weeks?
August 10th.
August 10th.
Oh, it's not August. That's 2 weeks. Okay, I was right. All right. Thanks much.